Chair Dennis, you are live to broadcast and may bring the meeting to order when you are ready.
Great, thank you very much. We'll go ahead and bring the Joint Interim Standing Committee on Education to order, our first one. I'm excited to be able to get back on talking about the great things that are happening in education in Nevada and what kind of things we could do to make it better. And so welcome everyone to our meeting this morning. Let's start first by taking roll. So Ms. Stern, would you please call the roll?
Vice Chair Bilberry Axelrod.
Here.
Senator Buck.
Here.
Senator Dondera Loop.
Here.
Assemblywoman Hansen.
Here.
Assemblywoman Hardy.
Here.
Assemblywoman Miller.
Here.
Assemblywoman Thomas.
Here.
And Chair Dennis.
Here, thank you very much. Welcome everyone. Excited to be working with you this interim on our education issues. We've got a lot of things to cover over the next few months, and our meetings historically, and I don't see that changing this time, tend to go long every time we meet. So just keep that in mind as you when you schedule our meetings, that they generally will start in the morning and go till afternoon. Sometimes late afternoon, depending on the kind of things that we're working on. So, so welcome. I want to start first of all by doing some introductions of the committee. I know we kind of all know each other, but just for anybody that's there that's keeping track of the committee, would like to do that. I'm going to start first, just so that since I haven't given you a heads up for the members. When we get to the members, and I will start with my vice chair after me. Tell us a little bit about your background, and then maybe share a favorite memory that you have from school. So I'll start, and then maybe any goals. Maybe your main goal that you'd like to see for our committee to be able to do during this interim. Senator Mo Dennis, I have been in the Nevada Senate for 11 years, and I served 6 years previously in the Assembly. I've been on the Education Committee, I think the whole time that I've been in the legislature, except for one session. I have chaired education on the Senate side several times, 3 or 4 times now. I chaired the interim education a few times also. I got involved in education and as a parent whose daughter started kindergarten many years ago, and I went and got involved at the school and decided that I wanted to advocate to help make education better for Nevada. So that's what got my my education advocacy going. And all of my 5 kids have now graduated from the Clark County School District and have moved on to college and other things. And now my grandchildren, who I have 7 now, are in the Clark County School District or other systems, and are starting that same process. So that same thing that I started for my kids now, I'm doing for my grandkids. So, and the one thing that as I thought about education, when I started school, I didn't speak English. My parents had immigrated from Cuba, and it took me a little while to learn. But I remember clearly by the time I got to 5th grade, that one day education just kind of made sense to me. And I remember specifically the teacher had given us an assignment to study ants. And somewhere in all of that, I realized that ants can actually produce milk to feed their young. And that was like a brand new thing for me, and it just opened up a lot of things. So I am grateful for that teacher, actually for all my teachers, but I'm grateful for that specific teacher that really challenged us to study harder and do things perhaps a little different than we've done. And so I'm grateful for my 5th grade teacher and the inspiration that she gave me and that helped me as I move forward in education. So with that, let's go to my vice chair, Assemblywoman Bilberry Axelrod, if you would go next.
Well, thank you, Chair Dennis, and I'm delighted, excuse me, to be here this morning. I am relatively new to the Education Committee. I have served since I was elected in 2016 to the Assembly, but just started serving on the Education Committee this last session, and it has been eye-opening for sure. I have a daughter in the Clark County School District, and it's, like I said, just really been an eye-opening experience thus far, and I'm excited to work this interim and push the envelope and keep doing better for the kids of Nevada. I too had one of those teachers. Mine was in 7th grade at Cannon Junior High School. My U.S. history teacher, or I guess it was U.S. history. I think they just called it history back then. And definitely thought outside of the box and did all sorts of stuff with us to make us see the importance of history. And if we don't know history, we are doomed to repeat it. And yeah, I've had some really, really great teachers, and I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much. It's great to have you. I'm excited to work with you again as we worked during the legislative session. Okay, we're just going to go in alphabetical order. So we'll do Senator Buck next, and then Senator Darrell Loop, and then we'll start with the Assembly folks.
Good morning, committee members. Kerry Buck, served in education for 26 years. Some of the highlights was a principal of C.T. Sewell Elementary, and was at the time it was one of the lowest performing schools, ready to do a technical assistance plan, and grew that to national Title I school, growing proficiency by over 50%. Then moved to the charter school world, and have been helping principals inside and outside the district market their schools and really focus on proficiency and how to grow student achievement, which is why education exists. And I hope to make a difference here in education in this committee. I know that a lot of our schools are suffering with absenteeism that's held against them during a pandemic. And so I'm hoping that we can maybe ponder some solutions to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Darrell Loop.
Good morning. I was involved originally as I've been a student, a parent, a teacher, and now a community member in Nevada in the school systems. I taught for 30 years and retired, and have served in the Assembly for 3 terms, 6 years, and now I've been in the Senate 4. Have always served on Education Committee and have enjoyed every bit of it. My favorite memories are twofold, and that is that I had many really, really wonderful teachers, and some of them are school namesakes. Probably my most favorite thing as a teacher is when I first started teaching, I was a kindergarten teacher and loved every minute of it. Always wanted to be a teacher since I was a little girl, so fulfilled that dream and miss it every day. Actually, I really enjoyed teaching and I really enjoyed the children. I hope that we can move the needle on education. I have 5 school-aged grandchildren, and so I always look for better ways for us to work and adjust and increase achievement for those children. And I know that this is a very difficult time for all of our students. So anything that we can do to assist, I think is a benefit. And so thank you. And thank you to all the team members that are on this call.
Thank you very much. All right, let's go to Assemblywoman Hansen.
Good morning, everyone. It's good to be here. I served my very first term in 2019, and I was honored to be on the Education Committee under the chairmanship of our beloved Tyrone Thompson, who was a great inspiration, I think, to all of us. Then again, in 2021, I was able to serve under the very able chairmanship of Chair Bill Bray Axelrod, and enjoyed serving on that committee very much. My background, I'm a mom of 8 kids, 20 grandkids. We own a plumbing business. I've lived in Sparks almost my entire life. I'm a product of the public school system, went to Echo Loader, went to Sparks Middle School, Sparks High School, Go Railroaders, Class 78. And I've been involved in education issues, obviously, as a parent from the time my oldest, who's now almost 40 years old, started kindergarten. My kids have been involved in the public school system, private school, and I've homeschooled it at one point in time before a pandemic. And one of my favorite memories, and education, I know is important to all of us. It actually is it was kind of the driving force that got me involved in my community at the local school board level. My favorite memory or gratitude that I had great teachers in generally speaking, but in 7th grade at Sparks Middle School, Mrs. Nunn, I was what you would consider, if we had the label then, an at-risk youth. I was raised by a single mom, lived in a single wide trailer in Sun Valley, and not a lot of parental involvement, but I had teachers who were really engaged. And Mrs. Nunn saw that I had an interest in writing, and she really encouraged me in that and helped develop that love for writing. When I went on to high school, I wanted to be on the school newspaper, and Mrs. Wall was our advisor, and there got the encouragement I needed. And then I went on to work for the Sparks Tribune as a student, and then I went on to go to the University of Nevada and majored in journalism. So I really credit my teachers for kind of helping me fine-tune my skills and giving me that belief in myself. And so for that, I'm so grateful and hope I can and pay it forward. So thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you. Let's go to Assemblywoman Hardy.
Thank you, Chair Dennis. It's an honor to be here today with all of you. I'm Melissa Hardy, and I am in Assembly District 22. I was first elected in 2018 and have served on the Education Committee in the Legislature both in 2019 and 2021. This is my first time being on the Interim Education Committee, so I'm excited to be here. I am also a product of the Clark County School District. I attended public schools here all of my life, graduated from Las Vegas High School, the original. And I have 2 daughters who also attended school in Clark County, graduated from Silverado, and have both either graduated or are attending UNLV. So we're very familiar and very supportive of our schools here in Las Vegas and in Clark County. I have to say that throughout my education, I had some amazing teachers all the way through. It's hard to even just pick one because I had so many. And not just teachers, principals, counselors, vice principals. And I think the thing that sticks out to me the most is all of them in their own way recognize the unique qualities and skills and talents that I had and encourage those in me. Whether it was, I had a very high IQ, and so they recognized that and would give me extra work, or in kindergarten, I could read on a 7th grade level. So they recognized those things and would give me work that was appropriate and help me to grow. They also encouraged my musical talents, and I was always in choir and performing groups. And I think that just having those people, outside of my family that were very supportive and would find ways for me to be involved and encourage me to audition and try new things. That was what I remember and loved the most about being in school and going to school. And I've, continued to do that throughout my life and do that with my own daughters. So I'm grateful for those teachers that recognize those things in me. And some of them I still talk to today. They've come to my different events I've held, and they're still really good friends. And so I think that, our kids need that at school. And sometimes it is just one teacher, one counselor that just latches onto them and really helps them seize their potential. And so that's one thing I hope we can do in education is encourage teachers. They have a hard job. It's, you know, when I went to school, it's much different than it is now. There's a lot of different challenges in the world and family situations. And so, you know, I want to support our teachers and our parents. We all need to work together and us as lawmakers to do what we can to better our school system for the kids, because that's what this is all about. So I'm excited to be here and work with you on those goals. Thank you.
Thank you. Good to have you. Assemblywoman Miller.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I am Assemblywoman Brittany Miller, and I was first elected in 2016. And since I was elected, I have served all 3 terms on the Education Committee. This last session, I served as Vice Chair of Assembly Education, and this is also my 3rd time on Interim Education as well. To echo some of the memories of my colleagues, there's, especially Assemblywoman Hardy, there's no way I could pick just one teacher. I feel like literally the majority of teachers that I had growing up were all sensational and fantastic. And I had amazing experiences in education as a student, which is why I feel I was drawn back to it years later. And it wasn't just the classroom experience. It wasn't just the academics. It was the whole robust experience that an educational institution can offer between sports and arts and activities and community. Again, one of the few here today who was not educated here in Clark County. And so, but I am currently a Clark County school teacher. And so my days continue to be a constant struggle of comparing my educational experience to what's lacking here for our students and families in Clark County. There are so many things that we are so behind on. There are so many things that and opportunities and experiences that are and connections that our students and families don't have. And so I think that I know that's one of the driving forces, because I know that we can do better. Along with doing better, again, I'm one of the only people or the only person who's actually in the classroom every single day with our students and see what's going on. And so if I have one hope for this interim, it's not that we continue rhetoric of we want to and we hope to and we should and we support, but that we actually do, and that we actually listen to the educators, especially those leaving. This is a reality, and I don't think it's appropriate to act like this is not a reality as we enter interim ed, including families that are leaving our school districts as well. I know that there have been movement that this committee has done during session to show support and really even as Senator Buck mentioned, things that we have done in the right direction. And so I'm also looking forward to during this interim committee, because I know what happens is this is where we hear a lot of reports back from the department and the districts about their implementation of the legislation that we have passed. And that legislation was passed with the intention of improvement and being helpful. So I'm looking forward to hearing updates. And I know LCB does an excellent job of tracking and scheduling all of those reports so we can hear the full implementation of this legislation. And again, if any questions about education or what's really going on in the classroom, I'm there every single day, and I absolutely bring those experiences and that knowledge with me into this committee, because it's literally that important. And without education, we just need to remember this really is the pinnacle of everything we do. So I'm glad and honored to be here, and will continue to fight for our students, our educators, and of course, our families. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And let's go to Assemblywoman Thomas.
Good morning, Chair Dennis. Thank you so much. The only thing I can say is that I am extremely excited about being on this committee. This is my first interim committee. It's my first assembly position representing Assembly District 17 in beautiful North Las Vegas. And I am just truly excited about what this committee will be able to offer our community. And I think that some of the things that I would like you to know, I am a veteran. I've been in the Valley for 40 years. And I have 2 children that are product of CCSD. And I must say that as a parent, with me going to school also full-time and working full-time and making sure that my kids were educated, and like I would tell my kids all the time, that I am your, advocate. Anything goes wrong, anything happening at school, you contact me. I'm the one that will make sure that things are the way they should be. And the reason why I say that to this group is that as a parent, I think that we are responsible, for our children's education. And one of the things that I loved about CCSD was the fact that when the magnet program came on board, I was able to get my kids in that because I knew that that was something that would invigorate their education, and I didn't want them to stagnate. And I would always tell them, when they would bring me their report cards, and if I saw a C on there, I always told them that, a lump on a log can get a C. It takes effort to get those A's and B's that you will need to take with you as far as education. So I am honored to be an advocate, and I will remain an advocate until my last breath of education, because I believe that this is something that is important to my community as well as most minority communities. This is what is the catalyst in getting us through making the playing field a little bit easier. Some of the things that I can say about the education system here is that when my kids were, offered those magnet programs, I was one of those parents that jumped on it because I knew that it would help my children. My daughter is a product of LVA, where we saw teachers that took a very interest in her performance. So she is now a classically trained singer. She went on to the University of Las Vegas. And, then I look at my son. My son, this is a story that I think that I can share. He was at Katz McMillan, and he had a teacher that gave me a call one day and told me that she needed to speak with me about my son, which, I was like, okay, what did he do this time? I'm not sure, if it's a behavioral thing or what. So I went up to school to have a parent-teacher conference, and she was in her classroom, and she showed me where where the kids had their reading assignments. It was like in a corner of a room and everything, and she showed me the books that they were reading and things like that. And then she said, "This is Eric." And I noticed that he was sitting, or she told me that he sat at her desk when it came down time to read. because he was reading what they call chapter books. And she saw something in him that she had to separate him from the rest of her group. And I thought that that was something that was really important because Eric was reading above average. And I was thrown for a loop because, you know, at first I thought she was going to give me, you know, that he had a problem with his behavior. And it was not so. She told me that, you know, she knew that something about Eric that that she saw, and those things were that she had told a joke, and she said that she looked around in the class and all she heard was like crickets, and she looked over at Eric and he was under the desk, and he got the joke. And then that's when she noticed that there was something. And the reason why I tell this story is because we have teachers that can discover something about our kids. My kid went on to be in one of our programs at GATE programs, because that's what she wanted me to do, was to sign, you know, the form to get him into GATE. And I thought that that was something special that our kids, you know, we have teachers that see this in our kids. We have teachers that are not going into school very negative. And I think that that's something that's really a positive in Clark County School District that I wanted to just highlight on. And, you know, I don't have any experience other than, you know, when I went to school in Brooklyn, I had some wonderful teachers that promoted. I had one teacher that wanted me to have a history scholarship, but I turned that down, kicking myself now that I could have had a full ride. You know, the only teacher that I can really recall was my 5th grade teacher, Mrs. Bell. I was in an honors 5th grade class, and at the end of the school year, she wrote on my report card that I was, you know, a great pleasure to be around. But one criticism that she had was that I was chatty Cathy. So I'm going to stop right there and stop chatting. And thank you so much for being on this community.
Thank you very much. As you can see, we've got a great breadth of experience, and that's what we want on this committee. We don't want everybody to be the same, because otherwise we wouldn't actually be able to do really great things. So we're going to do some great things. Really fun fact, Assemblywoman Thomas and mentioned her daughter who went to LVA. Her daughter and my daughter actually met at LVA and are best friends to this day. So I've seen her kids grow up, and she's seen my kids grow up, and music has been such a big part of our family's lives. So excited to have her on the committee. One thing, couple things that I want to point out here. I was hoping that we could have met, especially this first time in person, but as you know, with the pandemic, we couldn't do that. So at some point, hopefully we can do that. I sure appreciate Assemblywomanhansen. As you look at the committee, she's the only one from the north, and represents not only the north, but the rurals. But I want to assure that all those throughout Nevada, that our concern is for all of our kids, regardless of where they're going, whether they're in Oahe, or in Laughlin or Clark County or Washoe, wherever they're at. You know, we want to make education better for all of our kids. And so we're going to work really hard on that. And the other thing that I just realized as we were doing these introductions, that I am the only man on this committee, which I feel right at home. I grew up, I don't have any brothers, so all I have is sisters. And so I feel right at home, and I'm excited because all of you, the experience that you have is going to bring a lot to this committee. And so we're going to do some great things. So, and the one thing that I do want to point out is my hope as we go through, not only are we going to look for how we can make education better, but my hope is that we can highlight all the great things that we are already doing. We tend to talk a lot about negative things when it comes to education in Nevada, but there are some amazing things that we're doing. And as we go through this, I want to make sure that we have the opportunity to point those out and that our presenters that come before us talk about those positive things and also bring up the other things that we need to work on to make better. But I'm just excited to see all the amazing things that we do. So with that, let's go to our staff. I'm going to start with Jen Sturm. Jen, if you could I just want everybody to see your face and just say something real quick about your experience, and then we'll go to, I'll introduce the rest of the staff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jen Sturm, Committee Policy Analyst. I've been serving for or staffing the Interim Committee on Education. This will be my third interim, and I've also staffed the Senate Committee on Education the last couple sessions. So it's good to be here.
Great, thank you very much. And I'm excited, as always, to work with you. We've been working together now for several years, so that's great. Alex, would you go? And Alex is our new kid on the block, is doing an amazing job.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Alex Straustoff. I am one of the Committee Policy Analyst for Education. This is my first time staffing education, as Chair Dennis noted, but I am so excited to be part of this exciting committee. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We're excited to have you. Let's go to Jennifer Rudy.
Hi, well, thank you, Chair Dennis. My name is Jennifer Rudy. I've been with the Research Division since 2001, but this is my first time working with the Interim Committee on Education, and I look forward to working with the committee.
Great, thank you very much. Let's go to Asher Killian, our legal counsel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Asher Killian, Committee Counsel. I've been with LCB Legal since 2007, and I've been staffing education since about 2012 or so, with a couple excursions over to government affairs and ledge ops, but I am very happy to be back with education and be working with all of you guys again.
Thank you, Asher. Asher's worked on, he's the one that does all the language for our education stuff as we get going, or at least oversees it. And so it's excited to have him back. Adam Drost.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Adam Drost, and I'm a Principal Program Analyst in LCB Fiscal. I have served in the Legislative Council Bureau since 2012 and have been involved with K-12 education for the past 6 years. And I'm here to help the committee in any way. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Adam's the one that knows all the money stuff, and that's important because as we talk about education, we could talk about policy all we want to, but without the adequate funding, and we can't do the things that need to happen. So he's got knowledge in that, and we're grateful to have it. Christina Harper, our committee secretary, is she on?
Mr. Chair, I don't think our committee secretary was able to get on, but she's been working with the education committee the last several years as well.
Right. So as you see stuff from Christina, you'll see stuff come from her. So she's our great secretary that keeps that stuff going. So thank you. And then also, we've got some amazing folks in our broadcast and production services and our IT staff. So I just want to thank all of them. We can't do these meetings without all the work that they do, and they do an amazing job. And I know the stuff that they do because that's what I spent my career doing. And it's so important because it keeps everything running and makes everything work right. So thank you very much. All right, so let's do some housekeeping. I want to cover some housekeeping reminders for our members and those who are here to provide testimony. Members, if possible, keep your video turned on during the meeting to ensure we have a quorum. When speaking, identify yourself for the record each time you speak. That's just so that later on when they look at it, they know who said what. So especially for those that aren't speaking all the time, it's real important that if you answer a question and then something else gets asked, when you come back on, just make sure you say it again. Also mute your microphones when not speaking to minimize background noise. Set your electronic devices to silent. Probably won't be as big an issue if you're muted when we're connected via Zoom, but as we transition at some point, hopefully back into person, we got to remember that. Meeting materials received prior to the meeting have been uploaded to the committee's webpage. You can also receive electronic notification of the committee's agendas, minutes, and final reports by signing up on the Nevada Legislature's website. Regarding today's agenda and timing, please note that I I would like to take item number 9 out of order today in order to accommodate timing conflicts with our presenters. We're just going to do 2 in a row, same presenters. So after agenda item 5, we will go to agenda item 9, then back to agenda item 6 and proceed as outlined in the agenda. And just so that you know, right around 12, I plan to take a 30-minute break for lunch. So it depends on where we're at. If we're in the middle of something, I'm going to go ahead and finish it before we do that. Or if we're a few minutes early, we might finish early and do that. But that's just so that you get that. So you kind of have a feel for that. All right. So with that, we're going to go to item number 2 on our agenda, which is public comment. Today's virtual meeting format is important to keep everyone safe. I want the public to know that the public comment may be provided in 4 different ways, all of which are listed on the agenda. One is you could call 669-900-6833 and then enter the meeting ID, which is 823-1737-2210 and press pound. I won't repeat it because it's actually on our website, so you can get that. But that's one way. The other way is to email comments to edinterim@lcb.state.md.us. You can also mail written comments to the Research Division at 401 South Carson Street, 89701, or you can fax your comments to 775-684-6400. So many different ways to be able to get us information. With that, our public comment is limited to 3 minutes per speaker. I know you guys are all used to me saying 2 throughout the session, but because of with the Zoom and all of that, and in a little bit different format, we've got a little bit some flexibility. So I'm going to go with 3 minutes, unless we find that we're just running out of time in the future, and I may limit that. But we're going to go with 3 minutes. Additional opportunity to make public comment will also be available today at the end of the meeting. LCB's broadcast and production services will interact with those making public comment and provide testimony to facilitate participating in the meeting. So with that, BPS, could you add the first caller with public comment to the meeting?
To provide public comment, please press *9 now to join the queue. Caller with the last 3 digits, 048, you're unmuted. Please proceed.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Stephen Cohen for the record. Stephen with a V. Cohen as in the Assemblywoman, no known relation. Just want to raise, in addition to my written remarks, one polarizing issue that's kind of come to light with the pandemic is special education services. I hope that the committee will give due consideration to making cameras in special education classrooms a reality as a result of this interim in the next session. That, Mr. Chair, thank you, and I yield.
Thank you very much. BPS, if we could add the next comment.
Hi, Susan Fraley, F-R-A-I-L-E-Y. I'm a registered nurse. I have a Bachelor of Science degree in nursing with certifications in gastroenterology and public health. Regarding item 7, the NC letter of support for COVID-19 vaccinations lacks evidence to support their bullet points and request. The CDC director has publicly stated that COVID vaccines do not keep you from getting COVID, and they do not prevent spread of the virus. This week, the CDC stated that cloth masks are quote unquote useless. Paper is no better. The PCR EUA has expired with no renewal. Accredited physicians and scientists working front lines are putting their careers on the line, and they are speaking up globally. These vaccines are experimental technology still under EUA, and the approved Comirnaty is not available in the U.S. The ingredient list to any of these agents still has not been disclosed by the pharmaceutical companies. We have no long-term data. What we do know is the efficacy of these shots is waning. What we do know is the safety is questionable, with alarming signals from the CDC vaccine adverse event reporting system. Chair Dennis and committee, if you want to make a difference, Early treatment is what works and has always been effective in medicine. India, Japan, and other countries are flattening their curve and emptying hospitals with early treatment and prevention. Several countries, including UK, dropped mandates this week, including the passport. Germany's parliament is doing a 180 on their proposed mandates. Virology organizations worldwide are openly stating that boosters are actually lowering the body's immunity. NC is proposing a letter requesting the EUA vaccine with unknown ingredients, waning efficacy, no long-term safety data, and now showing harm with boosters, while on the other hand, the students are required by law to sign an informed consent saying that receiving the vaccine is their choice. The NC letter of support does not reflect the mindset of Nevadans, nor does it reflect the Constitution of the U.S. Number one, continue the current policy, keeping medical records private and vaccination a choice.
We're at 3 minutes.
Number
I need you to wrap it up.
Okay, include national immunity as vaccination. You know, NC2A has now adopted national immunity as vaccinated. And the most important is include early treatment and prevention. Protocols are at flccc.net, being used globally. Let's keep the schools open, vaccination a choice, add natural immunity, and get these cheap vitamins and protocols to every single student. That is public health. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the next caller.
Hi, my name is John Velardita. I represent CCA, who represents over 18,000 licensed professionals in Clark County. We're the largest educator union in the state and the largest independent teacher union in the country. We look forward to work with the committee, especially advancing the work of the Funding Commission and the continued investment in the new Pupil-Centered funding plan. The last legislative session made significant progress by passing SB 543, but it's only a start. To get to the national average for student funding, the Commission recommends a 10-year plan with an annual investment of $200 million of additional money in our public education system. We support that outlook. We believe that it would be helpful for this committee to get periodic reports from the Funding Commission regarding new sources of funding for public education, which could be helpful in the 2023 legislative session. The second issue we look forward to working with the committee on is the school district governance model. CCA supported AB 255 in the 21 legislative session that proposed a hybrid model of governance with a majority of elected trustees and a minority of appointed trustees. Although 255 did not pass, CCA worked with Speaker Frierson to include in AB 495 the current language that allows the Interim Legislative Education Committee to make recommendations to the 2023 legislative session for governance changes for school districts. Currently, CCA is engaged with a number of community stakeholders on this issue who also have indicated that they will be involved on this issue as well. I would strongly advise that this committee also get input on this issue from school district trustees. An education delivery system has two key components: the business side of the enterprise and the instructional side of the delivery system. An effective school board can make a difference in a school district's efforts to improve student performance. We need functioning and highly effective school boards governing every school district in our state. Since the close of the last legislative session, we have seen statewide how dysfunctional some school boards tend to be and do not help in advancing the education of our students. Time is now for us to address making structural changes in governance model of school boards. Thank you, Chair Dennis and members of the committee. Respectfully, John Velardita.
Thank you. Let's go to the next caller.
Good morning, Chair Dennis and members of the committee. My name is Eric Wilcox. I am the parent of a deaf child. We reside in Reno, Nevada, and I am chair of the Nevada Commission for Persons who are Deaf and Hard of Hearing. On behalf of the Nevada Deaf Commission, I would like to inform the members of this committee that we have recently updated the state plan for the deaf, hard of hearing, speech impaired, deafblind, and deaf plus for the period 2021 to 2027. And I'd like to very briefly highlight 3 areas of concern in the state plan that are relevant to the education of children in our target population in Nevada. The first concern is the inadequate number of qualified interpreters available for those who communicate using American Sign Language. You may have heard recently about the complaint filed by the American Civil Liberties Union with the U.S. Department of Justice on behalf of deaf inmates in the Clark County Detention Center, accusing the detention center of not providing adequate access to sign language interpreters. This was reported 2 days ago in the Nevada Independent. This is just one example of a consistent complaint that the Commission has heard over years from the deaf community, that the availability of qualified interpreters in Nevada is limited. More commonly, we hear about an inadequate number or quality of interpreters in educational settings. We also hear about it in healthcare settings and when deaf individuals are receiving government services. The second concern expressed in the state plan for the deaf that is relevant to this committee is the need to improve language development outcomes for deaf and hard of hearing children in the state. Within school districts, there is a lack of expertise in serving our target population. Currently, there are open positions for teachers of the deaf in multiple school districts that are going unfilled for a lack of qualified applicants. There are few speech pathologists or other professionals in the state with specific expertise serving deaf and hard of hearing children. And school districts struggle to meet their obligations under the Federal Individuals with Disabilities Education Act to provide language support for families to learn to better communicate with their children, or to provide language models and different modes of communication for children in our target population. The final concern expressed in the state plan for the deaf that is relevant to this committee is the need to improve post-secondary educational transition outcomes for deaf and hard of hearing children exiting high schools into the workforce or into post-secondary education or training. Rates of employment or attainment of a college degree are significantly lower for the deaf population than for their hearing peers. This is an outcome resulting from limited access to language and communication, reduced social opportunities, negative attitudes, and bias in the community, and a lack of qualified professionals. In particular, a lack of professionals available in the high school environment with expertise in mitigating these discriminatory factors, which can be achieved with equitable access to social opportunities and internships or work experiences that are critical to the development and opportunities for success for young people. To wrap up, one common thread through each of these concerns is a lack of the necessary workforce to provide adequate services obligated under the law that provide equitable access to education for deaf and hard of hearing children in Nevada. This would be an excellent time, perhaps, to consider leveraging our institutions of higher education to strengthen the pipeline of workers in our state to provide these necessary services. On behalf of the Nevada Commission for Persons Who Are Deaf and Hard of Hearing, I thank the committee for its consideration.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the next caller.
Caller with the last
Good
3
morning.
digits.
Go ahead.
Good morning, sir, Chairman Dennis and Vice Chair. My name is Dora Martinez. I represent the Disability Peer Action Coalition. I do want to agree with the prior public comment people regarding the deaf and hard of hearing population. I also want to bring to you all attention because I have been emailing the Washoe County School District and have no response. So I don't know where to go, but I feel that this is the appropriate place to bring concerns of a parent who is blind and have kids who go to the public schools. Unfortunately, I had to change my kids' school from a Coral Academy charter school to public due to a lot of strikes and unreliable public transit here in the Washoe County. So I pulled them out and put them in the public school, which is okay. But some of the accessible needs and accommodations are not being accommodated by the district. For example, just a really brief, because I know I'm timed, when they sent out a superintendent advisory council or committee board, their application was not accessible. I couldn't even begin to apply for that advisory board. As a blind individual representing the disabled community of Washoe County, I felt that I could bring something valuable to the table. So people with
parents who are disabled and parents who have kids with IEPs would not be out of the loop. People with disability are always, and this is the fact because I am disabled, are always first to go and last to be considered about anything. The website for the Washoe County School District, and I hope Superintendent and Heidi Hart are paying attention, is not accessible to people who are visually impaired. So please make your website accessible to begin with under the ADA. That is, you guys is you gotta comply with the ADA since you all receive the federal grant. Make it accessible. So a person like me does not have to come here and expose myself and then later on, I hope I do not get retaliated against. Thank you so much and have a great day.
Thank you. Let's go to the next caller.
For those who just joined, if you wish to provide public comment, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Caller with the last 3 digits. Barbara. Please go ahead. Thank you.
Okay. Hi, this is Barbara Rowe. I am a student and a parent in Clark County, Nevada. I'm calling in regards to the COVID vaccine mandates that are going around. That there has been extensive research done on the vaccines, and I was just going to like to speak for the declaration of the 1,700 doctors and scientists that have signed in regards to this vaccine, that after 20 months of research, millions of patients treated, hundreds of clinical trials performed, scientific data shared, have demonstrated and documented their success in understanding and combating COVID-19. It is resolved that healthy children should not be subject and forced to vaccination. Negligible clinic risk from SARS-CoV-2 infection exists for healthy children under 18. In other words, there's almost no risk for them for death. Long-term safety of the current COVID vaccines in children cannot be determined. Prior to instituting such policies without high-powered, reproducible, long-term safety data risks, the long-term health status of children remain too high to support the use in healthy children. Children risk severe adverse events from receiving the vaccine, permanent physical damage to the brain, heart, immune, and reproductive system associated with SARS-CoV spike protein-based genetic vaccines have been demonstrated in children. Healthy and vaccinated children are critical in achieving herd immunity. Natural immunity is proven to tolerate infection, benefiting community protection, but there is insufficient data to assess whether COVID vaccines assist in herd immunity. So it's resolved that the natural immunity is most protective. The natural immune persons are at the lowest risk of transmission, and it provides the best source of herd immunity. There's early intervention and regulatory approval shall be restricted to off-label use, particularly during health agencies shall be prohibited from interfering with physicians prescribing evidence-based treatments they deem necessary, and insurance companies must cease blocking payments of life-saving medicine prescribed by doctors. So these are the doctors' declaration. It's been peer-reviewed by 17,000, I said, doctors. We believe that violating any of these principles unnecessarily and directly risks death to our citizens, and hereby recommend the leaders of states, province, and nations legislate to take executive action to prohibit 3 practices as described above. Okay, so that is pretty much it. Hard to say.
Okay. Thank you very much. Let's go to the next caller.
Good morning. Chris Bailey, Nevada State Education Association, the voice of Nevada educators for over 120 years. As the work of the Interim Education Committee gets underway, you will hear a presentation on the state of public education in Nevada. Unfortunately, there is no sugarcoating it. The state of public education is dire. Decades, Nevada has ranked near the bottom of states in education funding and quality. Despite these poor ratings and difficult conditions, Our schools have stayed afloat due to the commitment and hard work of countless teachers and support professionals. However, with the toll of the COVID-19 pandemic, our schools and educators are at a breaking point. We have bus routes without drivers, classrooms without highly qualified teachers, and other vacancies for critical school employees. When teachers are absent for medical reasons, a substitute may not be available, further burdening an exhausted teaching corps that must fill the gaps. Currently, in the Clark County School District alone, there are 814 certified positions posted, along with another 418 open support professional positions. The situation is not improving. Meanwhile, when the legislature provided the opportunity to remove an item from teacher workload this school year by passing AB 57, temporarily pausing the use of student learning goals and teacher evaluations, the Department of Education issued a guidance memo encouraging districts to require teachers to do SLGs anyway. Most school districts deferred to NDE, and this limited opportunity to actually ease teacher workloads was squandered. While enrollment in our neighborhood public schools has remained relatively flat, the charter sector has seen significant growth. Despite this, charters baked-in biases against disadvantaged students continue, serving a much lower percentage of at-risk students, English learners, and students with disabilities. This further undermines local public schools and communities. Making matters even worse, we are amidst unprecedented attacks on our local school boards and educators. Educators and school board members have been threatened, spit on, and had masks pulled off. Some people have protested carrying assault rifles. There are disinformation campaigns about vaccines, masks, and critical race theory, and school board members have resigned, fearing for their safety. Some in the legislature seem to think appointing school board members would fix these problems, yet that proposal seems like little more than another distraction. As we work our way through the COVID-19 pandemic, our schools and their operations continue to suffer. With unprecedented resources available, now is the time to invest in our educators. This means better pay and benefits, but also includes workplace issues like class size, caseloads, overburdening professional responsibilities, and the valuing of educator voice and agency in their work. NSCA looks forward to working with the Interim Committee on Education on these urgent issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to the next caller.
For those who have just joined, if you wish to provide public comment, please press *9 now to take your place in the queue.
Good morning, Chair Dennis and members of the committee. This is Annette Dawson-Owens of the School Readiness Policy Director for the Children's Advocacy Alliance. Grateful to hear your education stories and goals you have shared today. The Children's Advocacy Alliance has appreciated the opportunity to work with many of you this last session, and we look forward to continuing to improve education outcomes for all our students. We would implore all of us to keep a watchful eye on equity and access for all, including those most underserved, to a high-quality education in Nevada. Thank you for all your efforts.
Thank you. Let's go to the next caller.
Chair, no more participants wish to speak at this time.
Okay, I think if somehow we've missed somebody, we're still going to have another comment period at the end. So thank you very much. We will now go on to agenda item number 3, review of the committee's duties and responsibilities. And we've got 3 different presenters, Jen Sturm, Jennifer Rudy, and Alex Straustoff. So if you will go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jen Sturm, Committee Policy Analyst. I'm here in the virtual room here with my colleagues, Jennifer Rudy and Alex Straustoff, with the Research Division. And as your nonpartisan staff, we do not advocate for or against any measure. You'll hear from each of us this morning. First, Ms. Rudy will provide an overview of the committee brief, which is Exhibit 3A in Nellis. And then Ms. Straustoff will cover various education reports, which is included as Exhibit 3B. Then I will cover the recommendations provided from the last interim committee in 2019-2020, which is summarized as Exhibit 3C. I will also provide a quick overview of a selection of significant education legislation passed in the last regular session. And so with that, I'll turn things over to Ms. Rudy to begin.
Thank you, Jen. This is Jennifer Rudy with the Research Division, and I appreciate the introduction. So I will just go ahead and jump right into the committee brief, which Jen referred you to as an exhibit to the meeting. The first thing I kind of wanted to explain, probably most of the committee understands the slightly different structure for the interim committees, but for the sake of the public, the 2021 legislature approved Assembly Bill 443, which restructured most but not all of the interim committees. It specifically repealed many but not all of the interim committees, such as the Legislative Committee on Education, and replaced many of those committees with joint interim standing committees. And in fact, it created 9 new joint interim standing committees to mirror the committees, 9 of the 10 committees that you typically see during a legislative session in each house. With the exception, the 10th committee would be the Money Committee. So that would be the Senate Committee on Finance and the Assembly Committee on Ways and Means are instead continuing their work during the interim as the Interim Finance Committee. So that did not change. But this new structure created these 9 joint interim standing committees. And instead of having all the members of the Senate and Assembly committees from the most recent session on those committees, as is the case with the Interim Finance Committee, these committees are in fact comprised of 5 Assembly people, 3 senators, and are also appointed 5 alternate members. So those alternate members are 3 Assembly members and 2 senators. So that's kind of an exciting change to the structure for the interim. However, the work of the Legislative Committee on Education really will just continue with this new committee, the Joint Interim Standing Committee on Education. And in fact, it will also conclude its work at the end of August and conclude with a work session similar to the last interims, and we'll be able to put forward up to 10 bill draft requests for consideration by the 2023 session. So it really hasn't changed too much for the Committee on Education. In your committee brief, we have listed the 8 committee meetings that were approved by the Legislative Commission. This committee was budgeted for 8 committee meetings. And outside of this first committee meeting, which is held on a Thursday, all of the remaining 7 meetings are tentatively scheduled for the third Wednesday. So after this meeting, look for the 3rd Wednesday of every month having the Joint Interim Standing Committee on Education meeting. And there are various mandated committee activities, which each could warrant, a lengthy discussion listed in the committee brief, which I will not go into those. I will just refer you to the committee brief. And there are also various priority issues of study. One thing that I wanted to point out is there are various relevant publications and reports. And Alex Straustoff, one of the other committee policy analysts assisting the committee this interim, has compiled a wonderful list of all of those reports related to education. And so I would like to hand over the baton to her and let her describe the work that she has done in compiling that report. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. This is Alex Straustoff with the Research Division for the record. I am just going to briefly highlight the report table, which is the exhibit on NELA's under agenda item 3B. Because there are numerous education-related reports, as we have heard, we wanted to put together a document that collected them all in one place. The first row of the table, as you can see, details the information we have aimed to include for each report, such as the source submitting the report, information about the session year and bill in which it was introduced, the applicable statute, a summary of the report requirements, certain submission information, and a link to the most recent report if available. Please note that older reports can be accessed on the Research Division's website, linked in the committee brief through the Research Library's searchable report database. We do want to note that while this table may not be currently all-inclusive of every education-related report in statute, it will be continuously updated as we encounter new reports. Thank you very much, and I would now like to turn things over to Jen Sturm.
Thank you, Alex. Jen Sturm again for the record. So before I provide an overview of the final outcomes of recommendations for legislation approved by the Committee on Education last interim, I wanted to briefly remind the committee members of a selection of significant legislation passed last session. As you may recall, in continuing the implementation of a revised K-12 education funding formula, SB 439 establishes a framework to replace the Nevada plan. The bill revises the method for determining and distributing funding to support public schools, establishes base funding, and assigns weights to provide additional funding for categories of students for extra academic support. Later today, we'll hear a report from the Commission on School Funding on the actions of the Commission and the transition to the Pupil-Centered funding plan. Next, to address internet and technology accessibility issues for students, the legislature also passed SB 66, which requires the Office of Science, Innovation, and Technology to develop a statewide system to gather certain accessibility data and conduct a gap analysis for those students lacking connectivity. In more structural changes, AB 19 revises the process by which academic standards are established for public school courses, exempting the process of setting such standards from regulatory procedures that are usually required. The loss of learning that occurred as a result of the pandemic, due to that, the legislature passed SB 173, which outlines requirements for plans submitted by school districts and the State Public Charter School Authority to address the learning loss. SB 215 requires the development of distance education plans by school districts and charter and university schools. The bill also defines distance education and eligibility for such learning. In higher education, AB 254 addresses compensation for student athletes. This bill also calls for a study concerning the use of the name, image, and likeness of a student athlete. And today on our next agenda item, item 4, the Committee on Education will appoint members to this committee who will then report back to the Committee on Education at a later time this interim. So of course, this is not an all-inclusive list. So if any member would like more details on these or any other bills addressed during the last regular session, please feel free to reach out to me at any time. So now changing gears to the recommendations for legislation approved by this committee last interim. As you can see in Exhibit 3C, there were 6 BDR recommendations approved by the committee. All but one bill were passed. The bill that ultimately failed to pass concerned educator exit surveys and its development, implementation, and review. Now, the bills that ultimately passed included AB 109, which requires at least 80% of charter school teachers, as well as those that teach core academic subjects, to hold a license to teach in the state. And we'll hear from the Public Charter School Authority later on today with updates on this and other charter school bills passed in recent sessions. Next, SB 83 authorizes the Department of Education to temporarily waive or otherwise pause the requirement to make ratings for public schools and administer certain exams in compliance with certain federal law if the United States Department of Education should waive or pause such requirements. And for those of you who are on the committee last interim, you may remember that this recommendation was proposed due to some of the impacts we saw from the COVID-19 pandemic. Next, SB 353 required the Department of Education to review assessments administered to Nevada students, including their cost and redundancy. And now going to page 2 of Exhibit 3C, SB 363 required certain reporting by charter school governing bodies relating to amounts paid to educational management organizations, if any. And finally, AB 417 revised school bus inspection requirements, including the frequency of inspections and reporting requirements. And Mr. Chair, that concludes staff's prepared remarks. We're happy to answer questions, or if any folks want to follow up with us at any time, we're happy to to help in any way. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Let me see if I can get to the gallery view. Okay, members, questions. I think probably if it's easier, just raise your hand and I think I can see everybody. So if you have any questions on what our charge is, what we've done in the past, and what also the dates for the future meetings and any of those. Anybody have any questions? And if I miss your hand, just go ahead and get on and say something. I'm not seeing anybody raising their hand, so I think we're good to go. All right, let me see what, let me get to my notes. We're going to go on to our next item, which, let's see, that was item number 3. We're going to go next and then to agenda item number 4, appointment of the committee to conduct an interim study concerning the use of the name, image, and likeness of a student athlete and designation of chair and vice chair. You have before you, I think you have the names of those that have been recommended to be appointed, which is the following. Senator Roberta Lang, Assemblyman C.H. Miller, Yvonne Nevarez Goodson, Dexter Irvin, Devontae Lee, Caitlin Norris, Eric Neopomuceno, and Linda Garza. Any questions first before? I think they just reviewed this as part of one of the things that reviewed. We need to create a committee that's going to look at this issue in the interim. And then it also, in the legislation, it has who appoints who. The two, Senator Lang and Assemblywoman, Senator was from the majority leader and Assemblyman C.H. Miller from the speaker. The rest are outlined in the bill. Any questions? Yes, Assemblywoman Miller, I saw your hand.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you, Chair Dennis. So with that, I just want to be clear. So the other recommendations were people that had gone through the typical appointment process in, I know we stipulate areas of interest that, we need people from, but they went through the typical appointment process through the governor's office. Is that what happened?
So actually, I'm going to have Ms. Sturm, can you, I think you're probably either you or Asher, to explain that process, how it's outlined in the legislation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Asher Killian, Committee Counsel. So it is Section 8 of AB 254 of this past legislative session that identifies the composition of the committee. And it requires the committee to consist of the chancellor or their designee, a representative of a community college athletic association in Nevada, at least 2 student athletes enrolled at a college, state college or university in the state, an administrator of an athletics program at an institution of higher education in the state, a coach at a similar institution in the state, and then 1 member each appointed by the Speaker of the Assembly and the Majority Leader of the Senate. It's my understanding that the normal appointment process was followed for all of those members appointed or recommended for appointment by an entity other than legislative leadership. I don't have direct information about that, but my understanding is that it proceeded just like any other appointment would, and that these recommendations came from INCHI.
Great, thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? It's an interesting committee, not one like we've had before. Some of the folks on here are probably very busy, and others are. It's great to have students and others on there. So it's kind of it'll be interesting to see what the recommendations are. If we have no other questions, I will entertain a motion from Vice Chair Bilbray Axelrod.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I would make a motion for the appointment of the committee to conduct an interim study concerning the use of name, image, and likeness of a student athlete and the designation of the chair, which would be C.H. Miller, and Vice Chair Roberta Lang.
Before we do the chair, vice chair, let's appoint all the members and then we'll do
Okay. All right. So scratch that last part.
Okay.
And we'll do appointment of the committee. That's my motion.
So I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Senator Von Loop. Any further discussion on the motion? And here's what we're going to do on the votes. Just because I can see all of you, if you are in favor, I'm just going to have you raise your hand and say yes. And so any in favor, raise your hand.
Yes.
Any opposed, raise your hand or say no. I'm not seeing anybody saying no. So the vote is unanimous. Okay, so now we have to appoint a chair and vice chair. While the appointments from the Senate and the Assembly didn't require necessarily that a legislator be appointed, we are the Speaker, whose bill this was, recommended that we do legislators. That will also facilitate staffing of the committee. So with that, the Speaker had made the recommendation that C.H. Miller be appointed as chair and Senator Roberta Lang as the vice chair. Any discussion, first of all? Let me change my view so I can see everybody. Anybody have any questions on that? Okay, so if not, I'll entertain a motion by Vice Chair Bilbray Axelrod.
I will make the motion to appoint Assemblyman C.H. Miller as the chair and Senator Roberta Lang as the vice chair of the committee.
Great, thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you. Second from Senator Von Loop. Any further discussion on the motion? Okay, let me change. Okay, so all those in favor, raise your hand, say yes. Okay. All right, thank you. Any opposed? Seeing none opposed, the motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. All right. Let's see. We are now, that finishes that item. Unless if we missed anything, hopefully staff will speak up. But I think we were able to do that. We are now going to move to agenda item number 5, a presentation on the state of public education. And I will tell you just before we start, I think we're going to have Jonathan Moore do the presentation. The Superintendent of Public Instruction communicated with me last night. She was not feeling well, so her staff is going to handle that. So we'll have her come in the future. Just wanted you to know that she really wanted to be here to do that, and we will have an opportunity for that in the future. So with that, I will turn the time over to Dr. Moore.
Good morning. I am Dr. Jonathan Moore, Nevada's Deputy Superintendent for Student Achievement for the Record. And on behalf of State Superintendent of Public Instruction, Joan Ebert, we are pleased to share an overview of the state of education in Nevada. I would like to thank Chair Dennis, Vice Chair Bilbray Axelrod, and the honorable members of the Interim Legislative Committee on Education for their thoughtful work and allowing us the time to present today. I would also like to introduce you to a few key team members at the Nevada Department of Education who have joined me on today. Jessica Todman, who serves as our Deputy Superintendent for Educator Effectiveness and Family Engagement. Heidi Hartz, who serves as our Deputy Superintendent for our Student Investment Division. And Sarah Nick, who serves as an Education Programs Supervisor. As we are all aware, the current moment is completely unprecedented in our state, in our nation, and our world. And now as we kick off 2022, we're experiencing not only the real-time impacts as the pandemic rages, but also the longer-term impacts from the last 2 years of the pandemic. In order to identify, prioritize, and navigate through these impacts, our team at the Nevada Department of Education has established 4 focus areas to guide our work. The 4 focus areas are advancing equity, teacher recruitment and retention, social emotional learning and mental health, and efficiencies for long-term success. These 4 were identified out of the countless hours of stakeholder meetings where we heard directly from our educators, leaders, students, parents, and family members throughout the state. Now, I'm going to quickly walk you through each focus area to discuss the current status, the work that is being done, and priority areas. Our first focused area is advancing equity. As we consider the current status of advancing equity, we have to think about the many impacts of COVID-19 that we've seen nationally, including the negative impacts on academic growth, with worrisome signs that students are falling far behind in core subject areas. A deeper impact on how disparities between students affect their access and opportunities, including how technological barriers have impacted certain students more severely than others. And finally, the uneven distribution of the effects of COVID-19, with negative impacts affecting certain student groups more severely than others. As we talk about opportunity gaps and performance data, consider a few key takeaways from the Center for Assessment. Academic impacts are larger across grade levels and demographic groups, but vary widely by school and district. Academic impacts are larger in mathematics than English language arts. Catching students up will require learning acceleration. On this slide, we have highlighted assessment data for Nevada in comparison with national assessment data. As national data were released for the previous school year's assessments, the nation saw decreases overall in students demonstrating proficiency, with the Center for Assessment reporting a 5 to 11 percentage point decrease in English language arts and a 7 to 15% decrease in mathematics. In Nevada, we have to keep in mind our participation rate requirements were waived. So we saw varying levels of participation throughout our school districts. Participation rates range from 98.1% to 54.1%. That being said, for the students who did participate, 41.4% of Nevada students demonstrated proficiency in English language arts, a 7.1 percentage point decrease when compared with the pre-pandemic school year of 2018-2019. And 26.3% of Nevada students demonstrated proficiency in mathematics, which is an 11.2 percentage point decrease when compared with the pre-pandemic school year of 2018-2019. While these decreases in student proficiency are disheartening, it is important to note that they are right in line with the national trends as reported in summer 2021. On this slide, we've highlighted graduation rate data for the 2021 graduating class. A few takeaways include, Nevada students have maintained an 80% graduation rate for 5 consecutive years, and this year's adjusted cohort graduation rate was 81.31%. 9 of the 17 school districts in Nevada showed increases in graduation rates between the 1920 to the 2021 school years. And our career and technical education students still maintain one of the highest graduation rates of all students at 91.72%. A few ways the Nevada Department of Education has worked to advance equity through this time include the implementation of the Pupil-Centered funding plan. As you're all aware, after 55 years, Nevada finally has a new funding plan for education. Following the passage of Senate Bill 439 in the 2021 legislative session, NDE has worked to implement this new funding plan in partnership with districts and schools. And Deputy Hartz and Chair Hobbs will be presenting immediately after this to provide a larger update on the Pupil-Centered funding plan. The second takeaway is, of course, our work on connecting kids to provide a hotspot and device to every child participating in distance education. This was groundbreaking work, but there were a few limitations. Connecting Kids was a one-time effort and only addressed students who were engaged in distance learning. And without further investments, this is not a long-term or renewable option, especially as technology wears, tears, and evolves. You can find more information regarding these programs as well as supporting details from many other slides in the appendix of this presentation. A number of our state federal relief funding projects are aimed to advance equity, including a $10 million investment to expand state-funded pre-kindergarten seats for Nevada's most vulnerable children, a $1.6 million investment to expand dual enrollment coursework to all Nevada students, $3.9 million to continue the work on building Nevada's competency-based learning systems, and a $14.1 million investment to establish and build capacity for college and career readiness support programs. As we look ahead, the department has many policy and program recommendations to address COVID-19 response and recovery and support students and their experience. Our second focused area is teacher recruitment and retention, a challenge that is drastically affecting Nevada and our nation in this moment. Nationally, our educators are exhausted and burnt out. The data shows us that huge numbers of educators are leaving the profession earlier than usual. As of December 2021, Clark County School District reported more than 800 teacher vacancies. And this month, we have seen reports of 850 teacher vacancies. This number is on a rapid rise, up from 600 reported vacancies in August and 750 in September of 2021. Further, the Washoe County School District is reporting 63 vacancies as of November 2021, and our rural school districts are reporting 127 total vacancies statewide. In Nevada, this puts our total number of educator vacancies right around 1,130, and that the projections indicate, unless something changes, we will likely see further numbers of educators leave. To put this severity into perspective, more educators left Clark County School District in fall 2021, the first half of the school year, than any entire previous school year. Several of our federal relief projects aim to support teacher recruitment and retention include Incentivizing Pathways to Teaching, where we prioritize $20 million to provide pre-service educators with student teaching stipends and tuition assistance. $6.1 million will go to build the Nevada Educator Preparation Institute and Collaborative, also known as NV-EPIC, which is a comprehensive collaborative aimed to improve attraction and retention of Nevada teachers. And $2.97 million will go to build the Nevada Institute on Educator Preparation, Retention, and Research, which will support the development of pre-service and in-service educators while engaging Nevada communities and facilitating next-generation educational research. Finally, $2.3 million will go to expand our teaching and training career and technical education programs to both rural and urban regions, with the goal of encouraging high school students to consider the teaching profession. We also have coalitions and committees actively working on solutions for this challenge, including the Teacher Recruitment and Retention Advisory Task Force and the NC Teacher Pathways Task Force. As we look ahead for teacher recruitment and retention, we will continue to listen to our stakeholder groups in order to establish policy recommendations and can take our cues from the United States Department of Education's recommended strategies. Our third focused area is social emotional learning and mental health. On the screen, we have highlighted a few national data points, but the key takeaway is that our students are experiencing mental health disorders at higher rates than we saw before the pandemic. Nearly all students nationwide have experienced some challenge to their mental health and well-being during the pandemic, and many have lost access to their school-based supports and communities. And we do see opportunity gaps here with disproportionate impacts on race, ethnicity, LGBTQ+ identity, and other factors. At this moment, it is more critical than ever to support and take care of our students. Aligned with national trends, we have seen heightened areas of need for social emotional learning and mental health. Our schools statewide are echoing needs for therapists, mental and behavioral health specialists, while balancing increased concerns about student and staff well-being and resilience. And from analyzing our Safe Voice system tip data, it is clear that tips related to suicide threats, bullying, and threats to schools are all on the rise. In response to the need of our state, the Nevada Department of Education has launched the Social Emotional Academic Development Center, or SEED Center, to support educators statewide. And we have expanded management and collaboration around Safe Voice to effectively follow up on every tip received throughout the pandemic in a timely manner with our partners at the Department of Public Safety, school districts, and the mobile crisis teams. Much of our federal relief funding has been prioritized to support students' social emotional learning and mental health, with projects including investing $7.5 million to support school-based mental health professionals so that districts and charter schools are supported to hire 100 school-based mental health professionals. $1.7 million for multi-tiered systems of support to hire coaches to assist each district in providing additional interventions to support students. $3 million for restorative justice training support to support statewide training on restorative practices. And finally, $1 million will go to enhance the Safe Voice platform and improve mental health responses through training for law enforcement and school safety specialists. As we look ahead to this critical, it is critical to prioritize increasing capacity, reach, and awareness of our social emotional supports, co-train, co-locate, and mutually support mobile crisis teams and school teams to work together in student stabilization, and leverage alternative funding sources to hire mental health staff and expand critical need to support school behavioral health staff. Our final focus area is efficiencies for long-term success. As we consider this focus area, it is important to realize how rapidly the scope of the Nevada Department of Education has expanded due to the needs presented by the pandemic. Further, we see opportunity to increase efficiency for certain systems and processes, and we are confident that these increases in efficiency will not only support NDE, but will create efficiencies for each of our school districts, administrators, and educators as well. Under this focus area, we will create unified systems, which is a priority that reflects feedback from our school districts. For federal relief funding support, we have provided and prioritized $6 million for a uniform financial management system, which will allow us to enhance transparency and improve the accuracy and timeliness of financial accounting and budgeting. And we have allocated $975,000 to enhance desktop monitoring training supports to incorporate additional data into the system and streamline monitoring work across the state. As we begin to look toward Nevada's 82nd legislative session, the Nevada Department of Education's priorities will align to these 4 focus areas. I hope that today's presentation has helped to provide you with a snapshot of the current state of education in Nevada, and thank you again to the Legislative Committee on Education for having us today. I also want to say thank you to the entire community supporting education in Nevada. The last 2 years have not been easy, and we're only able to keep moving forward thanks to the hard work of each and every individual who is supporting our students. This includes everyone from our educators, bus drivers, cafeteria workers, and school administrators, to our students, their family members, nonprofits, partners, state legislators, Governor Sisolak, and other state leaders. Thank you for your tireless work and dedication. If you would like to access more details about anything I've covered, please note that we have included several appendix pages at the back of this presentation. And with that, I'm now happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Dr. Moore. So members, any questions? While this has been a presentation from the department, if something comes up concerning a specific school district, we do have representatives from school districts that are online that could also answer any questions. I have opted to, in our trying to manage our time, I've opted to have the districts do presentations next month, specific to the districts, but just in case you had questions this month, I wanted to make sure that they were available. So with that, any questions for Dr. Moore on his presentation? Yeah, Assemblywoman Miller.
Thank you, Chair Dennis. And I will address Dr. Moore, but I don't know, it may be the districts may have to jump in on that. So thank you for your presentation, Dr. Moore. With going back to the comment that you made that there's about 1,130 vacancies in the state of Nevada, I'm wondering if if the department has an actual, if the data's been reported per Assembly Bill 266 that was passed in the last session that required that vacancies are posted based on recommended class sizes and not the excessive class sizes that we see in some of our districts. Because again, a number like, 1,100, is that based on current practices or is that based on the recommendations? And if the district doesn't know, or I'm sorry, if the department doesn't know if there's someone from the district that could respond to that.
Thank you, Assemblywoman Miller, for your question. I will turn this over, your question over to my colleague, Deputy Todman.
Just a reminder, when you go, before you speak, always identify yourself so we can keep the record straight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jonathan Moore for the record.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Deputy Superintendent Jessica Todman for the record. Our vacancy numbers are based on reports of the count days that we get on October 1st. So it is a static number that we collect once a year. And I will defer to Director Brisky if he has anything to add.
Thank you, Jessica Todman, Jeff Brisky for the record. No, I do not have anything to add. Unless there are follow-up questions, I'd be available for those. Thank you.
So Chair, can we have, is it someone from the district respond to that, or is that something?
Sure. Do you want each district? We have Clark, Washoe, we have representatives also from Churchill, and then we have a representative for the rest of the rurals. Do you want a response from each one of them?
I think Clark and Washoe, because I know that we don't generally experience the same excessive class sizes in the rules. So maybe just Clark and Washoe. Okay, so if we could have somebody, I think we have either
Dr. Keating or Leo Benavides from Clark on the line, if they could, and then we'll go to Lindsay Anderson from Washoe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. It's good to be with you. Happy New Year. This is Brad Keating for the record, representing the Clark County School District. Assemblywoman Miller, to your question, we did calculate per the bill. We based them off of our the current class sizes that we had that we're currently at, and then also per AB 266, and I apologize, I'm just looking at my computer here for under section 3 of the bill when it talks about long-term subs and how many are ARL. We posted that information and it was 592 full-time substitutes and 963 number of alternative route to licensure candidates.
Is that? Go ahead, Assemblywoman Miller. You need more clarification.
Yeah, I think we may follow up there. Thank you. I think we may have been about to ask Dr. Keating the same question. So you're saying that's posted on the website somewhere where it would be accessible, but again, with the actual, so those are raw numbers saying this is how many individuals we have in substitute positions, in full-time sub vacancy positions, as well as ARL students, but with the calculation of the vacancy. So again, if we're missing, if we need a 7th grade math teacher And last year there were, 48 students in that 7th grade math class. Are we calculating it saying, hey, we need to replace that one teacher to instruct those 48 students? Or are we going by the recommendations that would say with K 4 through 12, you should have 1 to 25. So in fact, we actually need 2. We should be posting for 2 math teachers. That's really what I'm asking. Because I think we need to get to the real, what's really going on in when it comes to staffing shortages.
I appreciate it. Assemblywoman Brad Keating for the record again, Clark County School District. I have just sent a message to my HR team just asking for clarification to make sure I give you the correct answer. So if I get that while my great colleague Lindsay Anderson is answering, I will pipe in. If not, I'll make sure I get to Jen Sturm by the end of the day that information so it can be supplied to the committee.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Anderson, you heard the discussion and the question. So if you could answer for Washoe.
I did. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Assemblywoman Miller. I'm certainly familiar with the bill. I don't have an answer for you. I wasn't expecting that question today. I do have a meeting on my calendar with our accountability team next week to finalize that report, since this will be the first time we're doing it, kind of check over and make sure we've got the intent right. So when that's finished, I'm happy to share it with your staff to share with you, but I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay, thank you. And one follow-up for the department chair.
Yes, go ahead.
You come back if you want. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. And thank you to the districts for those responses as well. And Dr. Moore, with the slides that you presented on, of course, one of the most critical, because teacher recruitment and retention. And at the end of the day, we really don't have an education system if we don't address this issue. And so I've been concerned because I know that I feel there's been a lot of unfair pressure put on actually colleges and universities, as if colleges and universities created this problem, and they haven't. They've been responding, but the problem isn't there. I know there's all kinds of ideas for recruitment and retention, and yet I'm always disappointed that the ideas for recruitment and retention aren't actually what we hear the majority of teachers in this country, if not this state, saying what it's actually going to take to recruit and retain. And that comes to the working conditions, the pay, and of course, the pressures and some of the public sentiment and the undue requirements that educators say doesn't actually impact student academic or social achievement. And so with recruitment, I just hope that we continue to make sure that it's not about lowering standards of what it takes to become a licensed teacher, because that has been pretty much being practiced for over a decade or so now. And it doesn't seem to be reaping the positive results. And with retention, when we have opportunities to help with some of the issues that educators are concerned about, specifically like for instance, the SLGs, and that impacts administrators as well as teachers, that it seems like so many missed opportunities. So I guess trying to phrase this as a question is, what is the outlook really for teacher recruitment and retention, especially if we're not doing what the actual educators who are either entering, staying, or leaving the profession are saying what's going to be necessary?
Thank you, Assemblywoman Miller. Jonathan Moore for the record. You certainly raise a very timely concern, is that when we talk about teacher recruitment, we must also think about the experience of our teachers, and that is also complemented by the experience of our students. As we talk about teacher recruitment and retention, one of the ways in which we've paralleled the need to improve recruitment and retention is to also think about the daily teaching and learning experience. As I mentioned in the presentation, we've invested $3.9 million in Nevada's competency-based education system. And so beyond just an initiative or a thing competency-based education, which has been in Nevada for a number of years, and also led by Senator Dennis, is a way in which we can think about how we educate our students differently. And when we think about how we educate them differently, we think about how we're able to meet the needs of students where they are. For some students, that will lead to acceleration. For some students, that will lead to timely remediation. But even thinking beyond that, when we think of what teachers must prepare for and engage in order to lead students to those outcomes, it is a goal that we will think about how teachers are preparing and planning differently as well. And so when we talk about the burdens that exist, when we talk about the level of exhaustion, we're hoping that thinking innovatively and differently will also contribute to addressing some of those concerns about the actual experience of daily teaching and learning.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Who else has a question? I'm not seeing anybody. Let's see, nobody's raising their hands. I do. Oh, yes, Vice Chair Bill Ray Axelrod.
And I don't know if this is something that you can tell, if you have any idea of our vacancies compared to the rest of the nation. Are we worse or on par? Just out of curiosity. If you don't have that, that's okay. I'm just curious.
Thank you, Vice Chair. This is Deputy Superintendent Jessica Todman for the record. The national landscape is that there are chronic educator shortages across the nation. We can pull together if there are any recent reports, but it is an issue that Nevada does not have alone and certainly is being faced not only across the nation, but by our closely neighboring states.
Yeah, and it's just to follow up, if I could see some of those numbers, I know, obviously recruitment and trying to get people here when we're faced with, people going elsewhere for a variety of reasons. So I'd like to see those numbers if possible.
All right, other questions? Yes, Assemblywoman Thomas.
Thank you, Chair Dennis, and Assemblywoman Claire Thomas for the record. Just to reiterate what Vice Chair was asking, I actually would like to see, of course we can see the negative, but I would like to see what positive recruitment and retention other states are experiencing. I'm pretty sure that we are last on every list, but if we can see what other states and or countries are doing to recruit and retain their teachers, that would be appreciated for me when you compile the data. Thank you.
Thank you. This is Deputy Superintendent Jessica Todman for the record. We will provide whatever data we're able to compile. I do want to assure you that we are constantly working in collaboratives with other state partners to identify national best practices. We're proud that our partnership with Donors Choose, with your support that invested in the frontline wisdom of our educators, is something that 3 to 4 other states are looking at replicating as one of the avenues we can use to show appreciation for our educators. We also have our $20 million investment in the Incentivizing Pathways to Teaching grant program, and we've seen a similar investment recently in other states. I think Georgia most recently on the order of about $4 million. So Nevada is a leader in getting out in front of investing these federal relief funding dollars to the best of our ability in the educator pathways. And we're also very much looking forward to the reports from our districts in future meetings, as they have 90% of the federal relief funding and have also been prioritizing teacher recruitment and retention.
Thank you. I will also point out that we do have this afternoon a report from the Education Council of the States, a national organization that will also talk about education on a national basis. Perhaps they could address that specific issue also as we get to that. I have a couple of questions. One had to do with the bill that that I had worked on with the department and others that had to do with recruiting folks that are currently working for school districts, but was going to help them with the teacher, to be able to do their teacher training and those kinds of things. Do we have any updates on has that been implemented, and what kind of numbers are we seeing coming from that specific program?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jonathan Moore for the record. I am going to turn that question over to my colleague, Deputy Todman. Or Jeff, if you're available, Mr. Brisky.
Yes, good morning again, Jeff Brisky for the record, Director of Licensure. What I believe you're referring to Senate Bill 352, which allows current support staff, school psych support staff, and paraprofessionals who are currently employed to allow them to complete their student teaching while remaining employed. We're excited to report that at the Commission on Professional Standards meeting that we are going to hold in February, we will bring forth a public workshop at that. We have engaged with stakeholders already, and the draft language is ready to go at that public workshop for the COPS meeting coming up in February. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Because I know that there was, at least on the initial survey that we did, that there was like 1,500 individuals that could take advantage of that program that could become teachers. So, okay, the other question I have, perhaps for Dr. Moore, and maybe it'll come up later with the ECS too, perhaps, but in your presentation, you talked about the challenges that we've had because of COVID, because of the pandemic. But in your comments, you mentioned that even though the numbers have gone down a little bit, that we're not an anomaly, that we're, I wanted to hear that, I guess, more in depth a little bit about that we're kind of in line with what's going on nationwide as far as test scores coming down. Is that correct?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jonathan, for the record. You are correct. And when equated against many states, we actually outperform them with regard to losses and proficiency due to the pandemic. As you all aware, Nevada, unlike many other states, made a very, very concerted effort to ensure that we work to get students back into the classroom as soon as it was safe and able to do so. And we know that having that mission as our North Star, we were able to get students back in classrooms where they were able to resume learning, which may have contributed to lessening the decreases we've seen in proficiency. But to in direct response, yes, Nevada is certainly in alignment, and across many other indicators, we actually outperform other states when looking at decreases in proficiencies on statewide assessments.
And I appreciate that because, we always talk about the negative stuff, but there is some positive there in that some of the things that we implemented during the pandemic actually helped our kids to not lose as much as other cohorts in other states. So I appreciate all the work that was done there to try to mitigate that, and hopefully we can continue to do the things that we're doing to try to catch our kids up. Any other questions from members? I'm not seeing any hands. Okay, thank you very much for the report. We are now, and Dr. Moore, that was everything that you were going to present, is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Jonathan Moore for the record.
Perfect. All right, so we're going to go next to the one that we were taking out of order, item number 9. Overview of the actions of the Commission on School Funding and report on the transition to the Pupil-Centered funding plan. I believe we have the chair here, Guy Hobbs of the Commission, and Heidi Hartz, the Deputy Superintendent of Student Investment. Whenever you're ready.
Heidi, are you going first? Sorry, Mr. Chair.
Oh, that's all right.
Chair Hobbs, you're welcome to lead the presentation.
Thanks very much. Good morning, Chairman Dennis and the members of the committee. I've had the opportunity to work with a number of you over the years, but this is my first pleasure I've had of working with you. Just by way of a little bit of background, I've been working in and around government finance issues in the state for about 40 years. Sounds like a long time. It is a long time. Several of those as Chief Financial Officer for Clark County in the past 25 years in private practice, providing technical support to local government clients, private clients, as well as to the state legislature on a number of issues. Over the past couple of years, I've had the pleasure of serving on your commission for school funding. We were originally tasked by Senate Bill 543 with two major challenges. The first being monitoring the implementation of the Pupil-Centered funding plan and making recommendations along the way for improvements for the implementation of that plan. That comprised the first, I would say, 18 months or so of our work in depth. That involved going through different elements of the formula and trying to identify areas where there might be some improvements made to the way that the formula works for all of the various districts. Senate Bill 543 also called upon the Commission on School Funding to identify optimal funding for education in Nevada, and if optimal funding is identified, to then also prescribe a way that the legislature might consider funding over the ensuing 10 years those improvements to funding in education. Over the last several weeks and going into the next few months, we expect that to be our primary course of action. In focusing on that part of it for a moment, identification of optimal funding can be somewhat of an elusive task. There are certainly reasons to believe that the current level of funding is somewhere less than optimal. The prior presentation cited a number of challenges that education system is currently facing, and prior to those that were more specifically related to the pandemic, there were certainly challenges in accomplishing all of the missions that all of the various education professionals at the state and with the local school districts have identified as being necessary. So one of the things that we did was we looked at where Nevada currently is in terms of funding on a per pupil basis. And I would be the first to say to you that I've heard so many of these kinds of calculations over the years. We focused our objective on making it a true apples to apples comparison with other states. And in terms of 2020 dollars, our current level of programming and funding for students in the state of Nevada was approximately $9,250 per year. The national average, in the meantime, serves as a proxy of a direction that we feel that we need to take to move toward optimal funding. And that funding level is more than 30% higher than the current funding level in Nevada, the national average being $12,645 in 2020 dollars. We further had input from subject matter experts, APA, who has long time been a consultant on education matters to state legislative committees as well as to the Commission on School Funding, identified an objective level of $1,437 per pupil. So contrasting where we are currently and where we would need to be somewhere between the national average and where the subject matter experts indicate we should be striving to be, is certainly a material increase in the commitment from a funding standpoint from the state's perspective. We looked then at those essentially became targets for us to consider in terms of trying to formulate a funding strategy. And we do recognize that in formulating any funding strategy, the Commission, and particularly the Nevada Department of Education and each of the 17 school districts and the charter schools as well, are going to need to identify programs and activities that would be enhanced by additional funding. In other words, I would imagine that any legislative body would ask with respect to any funding that would be being added to the state's education budget, what are you going to do with the money and how will that be deployed to actually education in Nevada? And so some attention is being paid to that at this point on the part of the various superintendents around the state. And we're also looking at methods of funding because that, again, was something that we were tasked with doing by virtue of Senate Bill 543. When you look at the amount of funding that would be required over a 10-year period to move us on a phased basis toward the national average, in other words, if you were setting up a funding strategy to, at the end of 10 years, be at the national average, in rough dollar terms, and I think it was alluded to in an earlier comment, an amount approximating $200 million each year for a period of 10 years, totaling $2 billion in additional funding by the 10th year would be required to achieve that level of funding. Since the subject matter expert APA recommendation was somewhat higher than that, of course, the amount that would be required to achieve that level of funding is also higher, closer to $300 million each year for a period of 10 years to achieve that level of funding. When you take those kinds of numbers into consideration, and when you reflect on past efforts to broaden the state's fiscal system and some of the tax sources that were identified to achieve certain objectives during legislative sessions, or to, again, try to diversify the state's portfolio of revenues, very few of them hit those kinds of numbers. I'm referring back to things like modified business tax or commerce tax or prior efforts to raise additional funds for the state. So we looked at a number of different revenue sources and continue to do so. We're trying to look at those with an eye toward
Mr. Hobbs, I don't think we can hear you. Sounds like you're muted. Nope, still muted. Do we have our technical folks on to see if maybe we can figure out what's going on?
Yes, Chair Dennis, this is Malik with BPS. Give us one moment.
Thank you. And for anyone who is watching the meeting, we're having some technical issues with the audio for the presenter, so that our technical staff is looking into that right now.
Are you able to hear me now?
Yes, it sounds like your audio's back.
Okay. And I'm not able to hear you, but I'll go ahead and try to wrap up if that's okay, Chairman Dennis.
Yes, go ahead.
Again, I think where I first saw somebody pointing to their ear, I was talking about potential methods of funding. And again, they're going to have to be significant because the challenge is significant. And we're looking into traditional forms of funding education in the state, which have included property tax, sales tax, and other items that sound horribly unpopular to talk about. We certainly understand that. In speaking about sales tax, one of the things that I want to clarify, the commission is not talking about adding to what is already a fairly high sales tax rate in some parts of our state. It's looking at the base over which the sales tax is applied. And over the years, based on the number of exemptions that we have, both explicit and implicit, and by implicit, I mean those things that are not tangible and sold at retail are implicitly exempted. There are a number of areas of trade that are discretionary within the state that could be considered for potential taxation. Again, we recognize that whenever we talk about taxes, and in particular taxes like property tax and sales tax, that can be a very uneasy discussion for a lot of people. But we also are moving forward with the notion that the funding of education to appropriate levels is among the highest priorities that exist within the state. And with that, I'll go ahead and wrap up my part of it. I will try to answer any questions you have in the event I can actually hear the questions that you may have. But we have all of us that serve on your Commission for School Funding appreciate the opportunity, and we're all extremely passionate about trying to provide viable solutions and input to all of you. And again, I appreciate this opportunity to be with you this morning.
Thank you. We appreciate the opportunity to have you. I know last interim, I think we weren't able to get that report, so it's good. And I know that you've got a big report that's coming. Questions from any of our folks? I think, oh yes, Assemblywomanhansen.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Hobbs, for being here. Actually, this might just be rhetorical.
Welcome to Zoom. Enter your meeting ID followed by.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Hobbs, I understand, we talk a lot about the need for funding, but I am a little concerned that we concentrate on that right now when we're facing such deficits. And I don't know that we can attribute that to funding. On top of the $1.3 billion tax increase in 2015, the mining tax that was just passed in this last session. We go back to Governor Gwynn, and I can't even remember the number. I think it's like 900 million, 600 million, something like that. The thing that I think we're missing, and I would like to see more of, is the accountability for the funds that we are having given to education. So what are those metrics looking like? What is the return on the investment that the taxpayer is making? Because we can talk about property tax, we could talk about sales tax, but we don't have the, I think we've lost some of the trust of the taxpayer because we aren't returning any better accountability or proficiency on those investments. So that's my challenge for us, this interim committee and the next legislative session, is we have to have some accountability to see how those dollars that have been spent on education, what are they getting us for our investment? Because I believe in funding education, but we've got to be effective. Like, are we targeting where it really needs to go? And is the student being the one who benefits, or is the teacher the one who's being the beneficiary? Again, that's a lot. I don't mean to just throw that out of the chute at our very first interim committee meeting, but we are facing some huge deficits related to the pandemic, but we had deficits before that. And that's my big concern. And that's why I want to be a part of a solution.
Mr. Chair, if any of the questions were directed to me, I can now actually hear. So.
Okay, I don't know if you heard. Did you hear this? The comments that were just made.
I did.
Okay. Do you want to? Before you answer that, let me just try to address it just a little bit first. So the Commission on Education Funding, obviously, they've been charged with a specific charge, which includes, how do we, we've had studies and we've passed the bill that said this is what we want, and we want to know what it costs to educate our children. And so they're given that charge to now go and try to figure out how to get to that amount. So the issues that you're asking about have to do with what are the results that we're getting. And one thing that I will share is one of the reasons that we were able to talk about this and actually have a new funding formula is the fact that we have been investing extra dollars for the last, I would say at least 10, 12, if not longer, but I know for the last 10 or 12 that I've worked on some specific things in some specific programs that have actually increased our effectiveness as educators, including we've had reports in the past, and I think it's still true, that as far as education improvement, in contrast to all the rest of the country, Nevada was actually the second highest in improvement, behind only one other state, even though we started from way back to moving. So we do have, as far as that issue, and we're going to talk a lot about that during this interim and what comes forward for next session. And this is one of the things that I talked about. I want to make sure that we're talking about all of the things that are going on and the very positive things that are happening in education, because when we tend to talk about education, we tend to keep bringing up things that that were perhaps more true in the past than they are today. Do we still have attainment and things that we need to do? Yes, because we're starting from very, very far back. But the things that we've invested in, especially in the last 10 years, have shown great results. And that's the reason we were able to do the things that we were going to do. So just want to make that comment first. And then if Mr. Hobbs will however you want to respond to that question.
Oh, certainly. I've been around financial and fiscal issues in the state long enough to know that just discussing funding for something is not the entirety of the discussion. Obviously, there needs to be a solid return on investment. I can reassure you, Assemblywoman Hansen, that we don't take the discussion of any funding issues lightly at all. And we realize that in putting forward, as Senate Bill 543 asks us to, putting forward target amounts that need to be funded to achieve certain levels and methods of funding, we don't take any of that lightly. We fully realize, and I go into this with very open eyes, that it's a very difficult conversation. And I would say that in doing the analysis the right way, one has to compare and contrast the cost of not taking any action with the cost of taking the action. The cost of not taking any action, is certainly something that the Department of Education and the various school districts could speak to quite well. And I think that a lot of that is bolstered by a number of the statistics that are shown, that were shown actually in the previous presentation. And contrast that against the cost of taking action over time. I think that was part of the wisdom in Senate Bill 543 as well, that it asked for a funding strategy over a 10-year period, recognizing that it was likely going to be a material amount of funding that would be required, something that you could ease into a bit more than trying to do all at once, which would likely be a shock to not just the fiscal system of the state, but to potentially to the economy, which nobody wants to do, particularly at a point in time like this. So I just wanted to offer you some reassurance that much of what you said are things that are certainly not lost on a lot of us that have been around the fiscal system in the state and legislative issues over the years.
And Chair, if I might.
Yes.
And Mr. Hobbs, believe me, if my comments alluded to anything other than you guys trying to do your best, that's not intended. I know you've been given a charge and I appreciate the hard work the commission has had to do. And Chair Dennis would love, I'm an optimist by nature and I love to see the positive. So I look forward on this committee of seeing some of those positive results. I just know that I am deeply disturbed that when I look at, and it's there for the public to see, on the Nevada Department of Education's website, our proficiency scores in the state, not just post-pandemic, I've followed them for years, but before the pandemic, we were in the 40 percentile for reading proficiency. So that means less than 50% of our kids in the state read at grade level. And a third, and even worse in high school, 26% are proficient in mathematics. So, we've all got a big job. And for me, it's spending money wisely on the best curriculum, on the best teachers, and I believe in incentivizing teachers. And so this is a bigger discussion. And I know we're kind of focusing right now on pupil-centered funding, but just wanted to kind of get that on the record as we talk about funding and we go forward with this interim, that we can really dial in to tying that money to, where is it going and what are we getting? And if it isn't working, how can we fix it? So thank you for the indulgence.
Yes, thank you. And that was my point, talking about the improvement. Our proficiency scores are actually have improved more than 47 other states in the country. It's just that we started so low that the number's not acceptable as it is today. But the fact that we're showing improvement shows that the investment that we have been making are showing results. And that's the only thing I wanted to point out. Other questions for the commission? Well, we've got them here. Okay, I am not seeing any hands. Do we have anything else from the department? Any additional comments or presentation?
Heidi Hartz for the record. We were available to answer any questions that the committee may have.
Okay, great. Any other questions of the department or the commission? And I know I think we still have the districts on too, if there was anything related to the new funding formula in the districts, but okay. And we can have them, when they present in the future, also be able to talk about how that's been implemented and how that's working for them. I think that's an important a discussion that we need to have also, how that's going. Okay, with that, we thank you very much, Mr. Hobbs. Appreciate all the great work that you guys are doing. I know that you there's a lot to look at and as you work on that, so we appreciate. I'm just grateful that we have a commission now to look at this issue. In the past, it was always somebody had to bring a bill to the session and we'd have to wait 2 years to have discussions, these kind of discussions. And now that we have a commission that we can that's looking at this issue all the time and that we could talk to and have these discussions, I think it's so important as we move forward. So thank you very much. Okay, so we are on, that was item number 9. We are now going to go back, or let's see, I think it's still too early. I think we have time to go to do our next presentation, which is the item number 6, overview of the state and Nevada's charter school and updates on recent legislation. I know we had Ms. Biden on so rather than wait till after lunch to do you, we're going to do it before. Hopefully that'll even be better for you. So go ahead.
Thank you so much, Chair Dennis. Good morning. I'm going to go ahead and bring my presentation up. Just bear with me for one moment. All right. So you should be able to see that now. Again, good morning, committee members. For the record, Rebecca Fiden, I'm the Executive Director of the State Public Charter School Authority. Thank you for the opportunity to present today during this first meeting of the interim. Today, I'm going to be providing you with an overview of charter schools sponsored by the State Public Charter School Authority and a review of recent legislation related to charter schools. So I'll begin today with a brief overview of the Charter School Authority. The State Public Charter School Authority was created in 2011 with three primary purposes. First, we authorize high quality charter schools. We provide oversight to those schools, and we serve as a model of best practices. As many of you know, when the State Public Charter School Authority was created in 2011, the agency inherited 16 public charter schools that had previously been sponsored by the State Board of Education. And it's also helpful to keep in mind that while the majority of charter schools in Nevada are currently overseen by the State Public Charter School Authority, there are a handful of charter schools that are sponsored by local school districts, namely the Clark County School District, Washoe County School District, and the Carson City School District. The State Public Charter School Authority is overseen by a 9-member appointed board. We have 25 full-time employees across our 2 offices in Carson City and Las Vegas. And for context, we pass through approximately $22 million in state and federal grant funds each year. And that, of course, excludes our emergency funds, but those are kind of our annual funds, such as IDEA and Title I through 4. The State Public Charter School Authority's strategic plan was adopted in December of 2019 and centers on a vision of equitable access to diverse, innovative, and high-quality public schools for every Nevada student. In addition, our strategic plan outlines 3 goals. First, providing families with access to high-quality schools. This means ensuring strong academic, financial, and organizational performance for our schools. Second, ensuring that every SPCSA student succeeds, including those from historically underserved student groups. And finally, increasing the diversity of students served by our schools. We also prioritized 4 strategies that we have leveraged and will continue to leverage over the next couple of years, including proactive oversight, strategic growth, expanded support, and recognition of progress. So now some brief background on our schools. Most of you know this, but as a reminder, charter schools are tuition-free public schools where students are enrolled through a lottery. Our students are required to take all state assessments, and our schools are governed by volunteer boards of directors. Charter schools are prohibited from operating for profit, and they are subject to a performance contract with a sponsor, and the SPCSA for many of our charter schools in Nevada serves as that sponsor. Currently, the State Public Charter School Authority oversees 70 charter school campuses across 5 counties, and the majority of our school campuses are located in Clark County. Additionally, the State Public Charter School Authority continues to be the 3rd largest local educational agency by student enrollment, serving about 11% of Nevada's students. As you heard me say earlier, increasing diversity of students served is a priority for the State Public Charter School Authority, and we've made steady progress towards serving a representative population. We are particularly proud of increases we've seen in recent years, serving more students that qualify for free and reduced price lunch, as well as more students who are identified as English learners. Though the last 2 years have presented unprecedented challenges for schools, students, educators, and families, we continue to be focused on academic performance. Our most recent star ratings were before the COVID-19 pandemic, but did show that sponsored schools were, the majority were 3 stars or better. And in fact, the majority were actually 4 or 5 stars. Through the pandemic, we've also seen some strong progress with our graduation rates and now boast an 86.8 graduation rate across our schools. And we're proud to say that all but one of our schools exceeds the statewide graduation rate. Though I will note that one school that is below the statewide graduation rate is an alternative school that serves primarily severely credit deficient students. So we've certainly seen some progress in this area. You also heard me speak earlier to the goal of ensuring that every student succeeds, and we look closely at our performance of students in a variety of measures in terms of student group. In this graph, we're particularly proud that we continue to see that every student group outperforms state averages on the Smarter Balanced Assessment. And these are the results from the most recent school year. We know those results are a little different. It was a challenging and different year for students, but we continue to look closely at that data. Now I'll share some information about the implementation of recent legislation, and I'm going to begin by going back to the 2019 session. Many of you are familiar with Assembly Bill 462 from the 2019 session. Assembly Bill 462 had 4 primary components. First, it required the State Public Charter School Authority to annually conduct a needs assessment and incorporate the findings of that needs assessment into our authorizing processes. It also required the State Public Charter School Authority to establish a growth management plan. Third, it established requirements for communication with our local school districts. And finally, it established the requirement for site evaluations for each charter school campus in the first, third, and fifth year of the charter contract. Assembly Bill 462 has really impacted the way our agency operates. Specifically, we see the needs assessment and growth plan as critical mechanisms for implementing our strategic plan, and these have become foundational pieces of our work on a day-to-day basis. In terms of implementation, the State Public Charter School Authority is now on our 4th iteration of the needs assessment. Following conversations with local stakeholders, the Department of Education, and school districts, as well as robust discussion at our board meeting in December, the authority will be considering approval of this 4th iteration at our meeting on January 28th. The growth management plan was initially developed in 2019. And while statute requires a revision at minimum every 2 years, we've actually made annual revisions to this document as well, and are looking ahead to additional revisions this spring. With regard to notifications, this is an area I think we've really been able to go beyond the legislative minimums and requirements to open lines of communication with our district partners. And finally, in terms of site evaluations, in addition to the required every other year cadence, that is established in statute. Again, that's that we conduct a site evaluation in the first, third, and fifth year of a school's contract. We've also been working to make this as meaningful as possible for our staff and our board, as well as for schools. We've conducted additional site evaluations based on school performance when we have had concerns or opportunities we've seen to continue to give schools valuable feedback in order to help them to best serve their communities and their students. We have also regularly revised our protocols in order to make sure that we learn from each year and get better every year. And additionally, we've really tried to make site evaluations meaningful for our schools and use them to provide feedback. And I will share that some of our highest performing schools, our 4- and 5-star rated schools, initially were frustrated when we would give them recommendations, just like we would give our schools that maybe were 2- or 3-star rated. But we really have set the standard that every one of our schools has an opportunity for improvement. And so if we're going to be there and conduct a site evaluation, we're going to use that information to provide the best feedback we can to our schools in service of their students. Finally, we've also worked over the last year to make sure that the information we glean from our site evaluations can help us to use that data to help our schools get better. And so this year we took data from our classroom observations and identified high impact professional learning opportunities for our school leaders and leveraged some grant funding to partner with WestEd to provide some targeted professional learning for school leaders. So again, we really built on these site evaluations to make them as impactful as they can be. In terms of impact, and in particular, when we think about the needs assessment, we've seen a real shift in the demographics of our new school campuses that have opened since Assembly Bill 462 was enacted. On this graph, you're going to see 4 years of new school demographics, as well as the most recent year for the state. So the most recent state demographic data from October 1 of 2021 is in the orange/pink color here on the right. And then each of the other bars shows the new schools that were opened in each of the last 4 years, with the gray bar being the most recent year. What we've found is, particularly in the last 2 years, we've seen a dramatic shift in the demographics of the students enrolling in our newest schools, because we have seen the impact of the needs assessment. We're opening schools that are aiming to serve our school community and the needs of our communities in Nevada. Our newest schools are far more reflective of the state's demographics. And you'll see that this year our new schools enrolled a population that was very close in terms of free and reduced lunch. And we actually enrolled a much larger percentage of English learners in our new schools than the statewide average. All of this is really a result of the needs assessment and our strategic authorizing. Moving ahead to the 2021 session, there were a number of charter-specific bills. I know some of those were covered earlier by the legislative committee team. So I'll briefly talk about our work on these bills in particular. First, Assembly Bill 419, and I've attached Senate Bill 363 here because they did cover, in some cases, common topics. There were a number of requirements here. The first thing I'll touch on is governance standards, training, and transparency. Our board adopted governance standards as was required in, I believe it was early fall, and the standards have helped our team to develop a training that we expect to roll out in the next couple of months to all of our school boards. Assembly Bill 419 also requires the authority to look at performance of EMOs when considering approval of new schools. The idea being that if there's an applicant who wants to work with an EMO, and I should, for our members that don't work in charter schools all the time, EMO stands for Educational Management Organization. It's a vendor or contractor that provides services to the school. So when an applicant wants to work with an EMO, we want to know what their track record is in the schools they currently work with. And so that should impact our determination when we look at charter school applications. With that, we have historically included that in our process, but we've further codified it in both our application and rubric to ensure that we can look closely at past performance in order to inform our decisions. Additionally, Assembly Bill 419 and Senate Bill 363 require some additional reporting and compliance requirements for schools. And so these have been incorporated into our organizational performance framework and into our annual reporting requirements so that we can monitor for these and ensure that we transmit the appropriate reports as well. And finally, Assembly Bill 419 required a few reports from sponsors to the legislature on December 15th, I believe, of odd numbered years. And so both of those were submitted on December 15th of 2021 to our contacts at the Legislative Council Bureau. So we have, again, this is a multi-pronged bill. It's hard to categorize it as just one thing, but we've taken a number of steps to work to make sure that these are in action and are being implemented. In terms of Assembly Bill 109, again, this was mentioned earlier, but this changes the licensure requirements for teachers at charter schools. Initially, we worked with the Nevada Department of Education's Office of Licensure to issue guidance to our schools regarding this change, to make sure to communicate the change, make sure they understood it. We answered a lot of technical questions that came our way as well. We modified our data collection tools to ensure we can monitor for compliance. And then we've also monitored our organizational performance framework to incorporate this change and ensure that we hold schools accountable for compliance with this statutory requirement. And then Assembly Bill 68 is the other charter specific bill that I've mentioned here. This was the agency's proposed bill, and it included several very technical changes, all of which have been incorporated into our processes at this point and have been implemented. Moving on, I know many of you are familiar with the education legislation from last session. We have really monitored the implementation of this, of the general education bills in a variety of ways, depending on the contents. So this includes everything from sending guidance to our schools, to holding informational calls with our schools, to adjusting our data collection efforts and structures to ensure that we're monitoring for compliance. And so, we've kind of worked to incorporate all of the education bills into our work. This is just kind of a high level take on some that have had the most attention so far this year. So with that, I would be happy to answer any questions that you may have, and I'll go ahead and pull my screen down.
All right. Yes, we'll start with Senator Buck.
Thank you, Rebecca, and thank you, Chair Dennis. I know that Chair Dennis had mentioned that growth as a state has been most in the nation or one of the highest in the nation. But I like to reflect upon the 2014 Read by 3 legislation, and with the teeth really being ripped out of that legislation and any accountability for getting students proficient before middle school. I believe that that is why we're seeing such low rated scores in recent assessments. Also taking away any graduation requirements to have our grad rates increase, but having an increase in remediation for college students entering college is absolutely the opposite of what we want. So I align a lot with what Assemblywoman Alexis Hansen has said. When it comes to charter schools, just the blatant attack on one of the most viable options for many families in some of these areas where they have no options is something that we should stop, as not to stifle options for families for their students. And so I commend how the Charter School Authority goes about business and have watched it for years, have been a part of it, and how they hold schools accountable. And at least they're doing site visits, and they're out there ensuring that explicit communication on how to improve, and really that leadership and guidance is really helping these schools move the needle. And so I was really disappointed with AB 109. And the reason being is because a lot of charter schools have retirees that are paramedics or in various areas in which they may want to come and give back, English professors say, and to send them back to get their elementary ed degree or high school degree when they taught at college for years or whatever. It just seems like that has to stop. Those certain things and why charter schools were created were to really push the envelope on what can be done for students without unnecessary and burdensome regulation. So with that, Rebecca, my only question is, like, do you see, as far as, do you have any stats or see any teacher recruitment or retention for charter schools? If there's any difficulty with that, are there any schools that are applying for, say, innovative ways in which to staff that really pose a problem for AB 109? Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Buck. So I think your question is about teacher retention and recruitment at charter schools and the impacts of Assembly Bill 109. So to date, I have not heard any concerns about Assembly Bill 109. When we looked at the data prior, there were not very many core content teachers that were not licensed at the time. And so there were a very small number of teachers that were expected to be impacted, and the bill provided a grandfather clause, maybe is the best way to put it. So someone who's already at a school had several years to get their license if they were previously unlicensed. So we haven't seen any challenges there. To your broader question about retention, I think all schools across the state are struggling right now with just the impacts the pandemic has had on teachers. It has been really hard for educators across our state and our country. And so our schools are struggling as well. I've heard of a number of schools that have had individuals resign in the last couple of weeks or months because of just some of the stress of the job. And so we know that staffing is a challenge across our state, that there are teacher shortages, and that isn't, charter schools are not immune to that. I think they see similar challenges with that regard.
Other questions? Any follow-up? Yes, Vice Chair Bilbray-Axelrod.
This isn't so much of a question as more of a comment. I just really want to take this opportunity to say thank you to Ms. Fiden. I thought your reports that you submitted were wonderful, easy to understand, and very accessible. So thank you. I know we put a lot on your plate this last session, especially. So I just really wanted to put that on the record. You know, a lot of times we have to go out of our way to make sure that what legislation we pass is actually implemented. And you really were, we didn't have to do that with you. I'll say it like that. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Other questions, comments? I am not seeing any hands. We appreciate very much your report, the great work that you're doing to try to do all the things that we've asked of you. So thank you very much. So with that, go ahead and close that item. And so our next item is going to be the presentation from the State Higher Ed. What I'm going to do is go ahead and let's take the lunch break now, and then we'll come back to the Higher Ed and then the other things that we have this afternoon. It's now 11:45. Let's do a 30-minute lunch. Let's go to about 12:15. So everybody would get on at 12:15, and we will go from there. Unless I missed something, let me just check with staff real quick. Ms. Sturm, anything I missed before we can go to lunch?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jen Sturm for the record. That's all I had in my notes as well.
Okay, great. All right, so we will be in recess until 12:15. Thank you. Looks like everybody's jumping on. All right. And let's see how we doing. 1, 2, 3. Looks like we got everybody on. I don't see that we're missing anybody. And do we have the entry folks on somewhere? Oh, there, I see you. I see you, Dr. Rose.
Hi, Chair Dennis. I am here.
Great. Okay, so I don't know. Do we need to do anything as far as our staff, the tech staff, to get this going again, or are we good to go?
No, Chair, you are ready to reconvene the meeting.
Perfect. All right, so we will reconvene after coming back from our lunch break. We are going to start with item number 7, presentation of the state of higher education. We have Dr. Melody Rose, Chancellor of the Nevada System of Higher Education with us. And we also have available some of our staff also in addition, and depending on the questions that might come up. So with that, I will turn it over to Dr. Rose. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Chair Dennis and Vice Chair Bill Bray Axelrod. For the record, Melody Rose. I am the Chancellor of the Nevada System of Higher Education. And I want to just thank you very much for the invitation to be with you all today. I'm going to take myself off screen here and see if I can share my PowerPoint with you. And I have some skills, but technology is not among them. So bear with me as I work on this for you. Okay. All right. And can you all see my slides?
We can see your slides. You're in the whatever.
Yeah.
Oh, there
right. There we go.
Perfect.
How's that?
Yep, that's good.
Okay, very good. Well, again, thank you very much for the invitation to be with you today. I'm really looking forward to this kind of reboot of our conversations around higher education as we look forward to the 2023 session. And of course, this is just a high-level presentation for you all today with the hopes and expectations that we'll have many more conversations over the weeks and months ahead. What I would like to cover for you in this presentation is the following. I'd like to share a little bit with you about what it means to be a single system of higher education, go over some of what I see as the national challenges for higher education generally, broadly across the country, that of course we are situated within, also speaks directly to some of the Nevada challenges within higher education, and then round it out with our organizational achievements and where I think that we can go from here. And of course, as time allows, Mr. Chairman, I'm very happy to take questions and comments and feedback. So again, I like to focus on the notion of one system. I believe, as I said last Friday when I presented a version of this slide deck to the Board of Regents, that it is truly our superpower. And of course, Nevada has enjoyed a single system of higher education for a very long time. And so I just want to share with you sort of field notes as I get together with my colleagues and peers across the country. They express a lot of envy for our structure. The fact that we can bring 2- and 4-year institutions together provides us unique opportunities for efficiency and effectiveness, and most importantly, allows us to do things to streamline the student experience and allow our students to move between institutions to their great advantage. So that's something I love to start with because it's something we're very proud of, and rightly so. Of course, you're all familiar with our institutions. I'm not going to go into depth about them in this conversation. We have recently been referring to them as the Great 8, and it is a real pleasure, I will tell you, to work with all 8 of these institutions. I think it's also a tremendous point of pride that I believe we likely have the most diverse set of presidents in the nation. And that is a particular importance in a population like ours here in Nevada, in a majority minority student environment. This is a real point of pride and allows us to really focus on what our unique student body needs from us. Of course, we operate within a larger context. And one of the things that I think is important is to recognize some of the challenges that all higher education entities are facing at this moment. And it won't surprise you, of course, that some of these are huge, right? And in fact, many of these challenges go beyond higher education, and all of us across different industries and sectors are dealing with some pretty significant lifts that have impact on mental health, they have impact on student progress, they have impact on how our faculty and staff are feeling. And I just don't like to start a presentation without acknowledging that we truly are facing a challenging environment. And I think all of us here in this meeting today feel these things in one form or another. One of the most important things to recognize about national trend lines is that the aggregate student going population in the United States higher education environment is at the national level in decline. And it has been in decline for 10 years. And I'd like to point out that the number I've got here on the slide for you of the national numbers, the aggregate numbers of students who are matriculating has declined even further since we put this slide together. Just last week, we got new data from the Student Clearinghouse, and that national enrollment is actually down closer to 3 million in the aggregate. Now, it's important for us to recognize that we have some advantages, which I will be getting to. But as we look to the future, it is really critical to acknowledge that the birth rate in the United States started declining in 2008 with the Great Recession, and it never picked back up. And so if you play that forward, what we will know then is that smaller population beginning in 2008, fast forward 18 years, in 2026, that would be our freshman class. And so many scholars in higher education are calling the year 2026 the Great Cliff. And we'll get back to what that means to Nevada specifically in a few slides here. Now, within that context, and one of our real points of pride across the instructional institutions at NSHE is that we have not experienced that same level of decline. In fact, ours has been mitigated by some of the particularities about our population. The fact that we are an in-migration state is a tremendous help to us. And you can see here, official data from IPEDS shows that we have been in a growth mode. The 2 COVID years, however, have affected NSHE institutions. And I would estimate that between fall 2019 and fall 21, we are in the aggregate in Nevada down about 5.6% in our student body. Again, Nevada aggregate, which is a much lower number than I just shared with you at the national level. So to some degree, we're a little buffered by some of these challenges, but we are not immune to them altogether. Just a quick note here, obviously our student body continues to evolve and change. It is not uncommon to see more women than men matriculating into higher education institutions. And this is something that some of our institutions have begun to directly take up. In particular, we have some challenges for particular pockets of men who are not showing up in numbers that reflect their presence in our communities. And we're going to have to become ever more strategic about how to serve them well and make sure that we are not leaving them behind. And I would specifically say that the challenges there are particular to African American males, Latino men, and also Indigenous or Native American men as well. And those will all become questions that we deal with as we go through our strategic planning process in understanding how better to serve. So when we talk about this national shift and the national decline in higher education aggregate matriculants, it's important to recognize that the decline, in other words, that 3 million in the aggregate so far, that decline is not evenly spread across all demographic groups. And so here's where it's important for us to be specific about how our student bodies are going to continue to evolve with time from 2026 and beyond. And what we call it in higher education is this term strong attachment students. This is a term of art in higher education that we use to describe what maybe lay people refer to as traditional students. And those definitions tend to assume students who are 18 to 22 years old, right, coming directly out of high school. Those strong attachment students tend to have college educated parents, maybe several generations of educated family members. They tend to be middle to upper middle class, live in the dorm, maybe have a part-time job, but certainly not full-time. And overwhelmingly, historically, they have been from Caucasian families. Those students that I've just described are the students that represent the largest projected declines, again, starting in 2026. And the implication is that our student body is growing ever more diverse and presenting on our campuses with different interests, different needs, and we have to adjust and serve them and meet them where they are. I also would be remiss if I didn't recognize nationally that there are true pressures on faculty as well. And this word cloud spread out across the United States is an amalgamation of some of the things that we hear in different surveys across the country about what faculty are telling us. And it should come across loud and clear here, looking at the slide, that our faculty are exhausted, right? They flip their classes online within a week or weeks. They're dealing with some safety issues related to COVID and other matters. They're expressing concern about long-term faculty rank compression issues for salary and other things. So this great resignation that we're hearing about in the national media, 4.5 million Americans quitting their job in a single month this fall, the highest number ever on record, is something that we are not immune to in higher education. And we need to be paying close attention to our staff and faculty and the needs that they're expressing to us. They are obviously the lifeblood of our mission. They are the ones who deliver our curriculum, who clean our classrooms, who support our students in a variety of ways. Just very quickly here to give you a sense of the kinds of positions that our employees are in. Obviously, the overwhelming majority of our employees are instructional staff, and that stands to reason. That again is the core of our mission, and it's reflected here just in our employee classifications. So moving on to a little bit more specific or nuanced conversation around what challenges do we see specific to Nevada. And certainly the reason I raise these is not to poke at ourselves, but rather to say, if we're going to be ambitious for our state and ever moving forward and improving our student success metrics, we have to call out our shortcomings, right? That's how we can address them and move beyond them. So one of the things we hear in higher education literature is, gosh, is the business model for higher education fundamentally broken? And I think a lot of that national dialogue comes, of course, from things like the $1.7 trillion of collective student debt held today. It comes from questions about employability, surveys demonstrating that more and more Americans aren't so sure about the return on investment for their college-going students. But here, what I want to underscore in Nevada, and I remember using this slide last year when CFO Klinger and I introduced our budget, we are very grateful that the state's appropriation, as you see here, is above the national median per FTE. And I just want to say thank you for that investment. We are grateful for your trust and grateful for your partnership. And without that, we wouldn't be delivering on our mission as effectively as we are. So while there are these questions about this business model, we are very grateful for the state's investment through our appropriation and look forward to continuing a dialogue about how most strategically to continue to invest in our students, staff, and faculty. Part of the story, however, is also where do we get additional revenues? And I want to focus here, and I'm not sure if we presented this particular slide last year for our budget hearing or not. But one of the things, of course, that we are also very proud of is the simple fact that we are not passing a huge cost factor along to our student body. We know that students are vulnerable economically, particularly during this last economic decline. We know that the single biggest barrier to entry and persistence and completion, of course, is the price tag. And so this slide, in one sense, is very much a point of pride to us. And you may know that the regents have worked very closely on our pricing predictability plan so that students don't see wild swings in their fees from one year to the next, but can plan for those. That's reflected here. The cost that we pass to students is below the national average. And as I say, that's a point of pride, and we are glad that we are serving students this way. But if we were to aggregate then the state appropriation with the student fee net tuition, what you would find then is that overall, we might not have as much revenue as some of our surrounding states to fill our mission and to support our community wholly. So while it's a good thing for students to have low tuition and fees, it does have a consequence on our campus that our campuses simply have lower revenues to support students through advising and other mechanisms that we know produce results. Another real challenge, and I know you all know the state much better than I, but it's a point of curiosity for me, that Nevada tends to show up very much toward the bottom of the 50 states in terms of what we call our capture rate. What percentage of our graduating high school seniors matriculate into higher education entities? And this is a really interesting challenge. If we think about growing the entire pipeline of education, it needs to start much earlier. And the result of that low capture rate, again, as you can see here, is that we have fewer degreed individuals in our state, again, than most states in the nation. So if you look particularly here at the difference between Nevada's 16% have bachelor's degrees versus the US median, which is almost 20%, that's a significant gap. And you see that gap continue on, of course, into graduate or professional degrees. And the reason that is concerning, as we all know, is that higher education is a predictor of all kinds of social metrics that are important to the health and vitality of our communities. And these metrics are also directly correlated to our ability to diversify our economy and to grow out of downturns like the one that we've been experiencing for the past 2 years. So these are particular challenges in Nevada, certainly not insurmountable, but they require our attention and our focus if we're going to address them over the long term. Of course, a big component of our ability to continue to make higher education affordable are our various grants and scholarships. And again, here too, want to thank all of you for making these things possible. It is a game changer for us in addressing the needs of lower income families, but for these really critical scholarship opportunities, again, we would not be seeing the success at our institutions that we are. Here too, I think it might be important for you to see the total Pell grant recipients. Of course, we use Pell as sort of a shortcut to understand how many students and how many dollars are distributed to our lowest income students. And it won't be a surprise, of course, that that number has grown in recent years with different economic stressors on our families. But we also should be very proud of the fact that we are lifting low income families into higher education, which is the single best way to move a family into the middle class and have economic security. And as you all know, I'm a first generation student, and that experience was game changing for me and my family. So to me, this is personal. So what I would say is that in spite of these national challenges, in spite of some of our local challenges that are real and we have to plan for and work beyond, our institutions have been increasingly successful, increasingly producing return on the investment the state has made in our institutions. And this is a complicated slide. We put a lot on here, but I think it tells an important story. We see here not only the awards conferred on the left, but very importantly, the longitudinal increase over time in the number of awards conferred. And awards contains both certificates and degrees. And you can see just for the past 10 years, a steady improvement. We are retaining and completing our students increasingly, and that is truly a function of the investment that the state has made in our institutions and the really wise strategic policies of the Board of Regents and critical operational choices that have been made on the campuses. So very important metric of success and ROI on this particular longitudinal graphic. Now here, I also want to address our particular population in the state of Nevada. What you will see here, if you look at the green line, you see that degrees among white students are stagnating. In other words, they're pretty stable but flat. And the real increase over this 10-year timeline that I pointed out is among students of color. So that is where much of that growth in degree attainment is happening, which demonstrates to you that our institutions are growing increasingly diverse and they are increasingly successful at bringing in historically underrepresented or historically low attachment student populations to our institutions. Another tremendous success, particularly as you look at how our demographics are shifting over time in the state. This, I think, breaks down for you some of the diversity data more finely, and it demonstrates within subpopulations where are we having the biggest success and where are we seeing some challenges. And it goes back to something I said earlier about particular groups of men of color who seem to be particularly challenged and for whom we are developing real focused resources. But again, this meteoric rise in Hispanic individuals coming into our institutions and succeeding for the last 10 years is remarkable. And I think a huge achievement and something, again, that we are very, very proud of. And we have work to do, as you see with some of these other groups. And on another day, we can dive more deeply into that, or happy to answer questions about how we intend to do so in the Q&A. I would be remiss if I didn't also share that I think, again, because we are one system, we are focusing very keenly on enhancing collaboration. And by this, I mean collaboration across and between our institutions, where maybe we don't need to duplicate efforts or duplicate services, but we can scale them because we're one system. But we also are growing more assertive in what are called P3s, or public-private partnerships, as a way to bring additional resources to our mission and be in partnership with industry who we rely on. And of course, they rely on us to produce the workforce that they need. We've also gotten much closer, in particular, to the Nevada Department of Education, and Superintendent Ebert and I have worked very closely on teacher pathways, as well as dual enrollment. And again, on another day, happy to go more deeply into that. And finally, we are so proud of our focus on equity within the system. The fact that almost all of our institutions now qualify for federal dollars because they are officially designated Hispanic serving institutions. And we now have a very streamlined, very focused federal effort for seeking national dollars to support our efforts. Also, I think we've been extremely innovative, again, through the direction of the Board of Regents. Some of these achievements have come because of their policy development. I won't go over all of these things, though happy to touch on them in conversation if you wish. The only one I want to call your attention to now, because it's not a term that is used very often outside of higher education, is the Social Mobility Index. So you all know there are all kinds of ranking systems for higher education institutions all across the country, right? US News and World Report, all kinds of ranking systems. The one that is really near and dear to my heart is what is referred to as a Social Mobility Index. And what the Social Mobility Index measures is how much we are able to transform the economic earning power of the students who come in our door with the value of their degrees. And you should all be very proud that Nevada as a state ranks within the top 5 states in the nation for a high social mobility index. So that what that says to me is that while we aren't right now capturing as many of our high school students as we would like into our institutions, when we do, what we provide them is transformational. And that is a point of pride that I would hope everyone would begin to embrace and share in that celebration. So in thinking toward the future, obviously within the challenges that I've described nationally, we have to be very intentional in strategic enrollment management in order to grow our student body. And that, of course, leads me to some of the particular places where we have opportunities for growth that many other states, particularly in the upper Northeast and the Midwest, simply don't enjoy. So this first number, if you just let this sink in, by last estimates, there are approximately 350,000 Nevadans, just in Nevada, who have taken a basket of courses but have not completed a degree. And that, to me, is an enormous opportunity for our institutions to think strategically about how to bring them back into higher education so they can reap the full benefit of having a college degree, which, by the way, the ROI on that, we still know, on average, a high school graduate will make over their lifetimes approximately $1 million less over the course of their career than a college graduate. So if ever people in your districts are asking you, what's the ROI of the college degree, just remember that statistic. Secondly, we know that Nevada's population is expected to continue to grow. And that is, again, a strategic enrollment opportunity for our institutions right here at home. We need to grow our own, and that means being in partnership with K through 12 so that we can work with them on creating a college-going culture. And finally, again, this terminology from higher education literature, the low attachment populations, those subpopulations that historically have been underrepresented in our institutions, we have a moral responsibility and a strategic imperative to make sure that we are fully including them in the opportunities that we provide. And to me, that's a tremendous growth potential for our state specifically. When we bring new populations of students who, again, don't have generations of family members who have grown up in the academy, we need to make sure that we are listening to them about what it is that they need. And having just completed budget presentations for all of the campuses across the state in the last 3 weeks, it is very interesting to hear from our current college students who are expressing consistently they need access to childcare, right? Again, because, you know, compared to 30 years ago, the average student today is older than they were in college 30 years ago and may have small families. They're expressing concern about transportation infrastructure, housing needs, and food insecurity. And these are things that we need to tackle directly and not just assume that the needs of our students today are the same as those we brought to college with us a few decades ago. I have to say, this is my very favorite photo in the entire slide deck. When I think about our strategy for higher education, I think about 8-year-olds, because when you have a 10-year strategic plan, you truly are planning for the kiddos in our communities, in our grade schools, who are 8. And so understanding how they learn, how they view themselves in the world, what their challenges are at home, in their communities, in their schools, is absolutely imperative to planning for their successful entry into college 10 years from now. So when we're thinking about our budgets, I'm really thinking about this photo. So I'll just wrap things up with you all here by sharing with you that in order to be planful about meeting the challenges that I've described, positioning ourselves for increasing success, raising that ROI of Nevada degrees and certificates, we have launched at NSHE a very comprehensive, inclusive strategic planning process. And we will be looking for opportunities to include legislators in those conversations. For now, we're in the listening phase, and I affectionately refer to this form of strategic planning as a y'all come strategy, which is that we are hitting the road and we are going into communities all across the state to ask, what do communities need from higher education in the next decade? And the intention, of course, is to produce those results. We will be more than happy to share with all of you what we hear from our communities across the state as we go through this process. And we'll be bringing that feedback in, of course, to NSHE staff, and the board is convening next week for the first time an ad hoc strategic planning committee that will, of course, conduct its business publicly. And there we will be focusing on the results of what we're hearing from our communities as we line up some of the priorities we're really surfacing to our budget planning and tying these things together as we look to the future of the next legislative session. So we hope that you will participate in these activities and give us your best thinking and direction as we plan for Nevada's successful future. So, Mr. Chairman, that completes my prepared remarks, and I'm more than happy to take any questions from the group. And I will pull the slides down if that's okay.
Yes, that's great. Thank you. Questions, members? Yes, oh, I gotta hold on. Let me switch back. Yes, Assemblywoman Hardy.
Thank you, Chair. And first, thank you, Dr. Rose, for your presentation. It was very understandable, and so I appreciate all the information in the presentation. So I was just curious, as you went through some of the figures of declining enrollment and things like that, I was just curious. So I'm going to just ask three things. And given the whole COVID situation of the last few years is a little anomaly to figure in, but do you track it all, or do you have any information as to, like, number one, why the decline, say, in those coming out of high school, why they aren't going on to college? That's the first one. The second one, people completing their degrees. They come out of high school, or maybe they move here from another state, they come in, they start the degree, and then they don't finish it. Why? The reasons for that. And then the third one would be the strong attachment of their traditional students. We have reasons for why that is declining as well?
Thank you. Chair Dennis, to Assemblywoman Hardy, thank you for those thoughtful questions, and I appreciate the opportunity to have a discussion. The first thing I think to point out is that the aggregate decline of individuals going to college really is about the declining national birth rate. So that is the primary driver. And it's important to understand, again, just think back to 2008, the economy went into decline, and families respond to that rationally, I think, by having fewer children. And I think most of us anticipated that the birth rate would come back up when the economy recovered, and it never did. And then with this most recent economic decline, that birth rate has even declined at a quicker clip. So just what that means is that by 2026 and beyond, you're going to see fewer and fewer high school graduates, right? Our sort of main catchment area historically for higher education enrollment. And so that is a challenge when you also consider, which I didn't provide you a slide for, but I will tell you that the other challenge that makes that even tougher is that we have increasing competition in higher education, because there are more corporations across the country who are taking on sort of training seminars and badges and other forms of educational delivery, and they're taking those up themselves. And so with fewer students nationally and more competition, we have to be even more strategic about how we position ourselves. Now, again, Nevada is in a much better position than many other states. And I like to say, it's important to recognize that most of the decline in population is in the upper Northeast and the Midwestern states, in part because everyone's moving here. So we have superpowers because of our weather that we need to take advantage of. So with that as background, it is not, to your first question, why the decline out of high school. It's not that more and more high school graduates are saying, oh, forget it, I don't need to go to college. It's just that there are going to be fewer high school graduates. And then what I've come to understand as the newcomer, I'm sure the most recent member of the Nevada community in this meeting, what I've come to understand too is that because in particular, the Southern Nevada economy has been so heavily dependent on gaming and hospitality industries where young people can move straight into well-paying jobs, in the short run, they don't necessarily see the potential for themselves that maybe more, communities in more diversified economies would. But the only way, we're in a vicious circle, because the only way to diversify that economy is to get more highly educated communities. So that's number one. Your question about, why do students stop out? What happens when students start their education and they end up not completing their degree? And that's that 350,000 Nevadans that we need to go back to and figure out how to bring them back to school. We know from survey research that the number one barrier that students will express to us is price. And again, that's where we are positioned well, because our student fees are quite low compared to many other states in the nation. So we have done a good job at keeping that price point low. But what we hear from students, particularly given the housing market, every time I meet with students, they're talking to me about rent. They're talking to me about transportation. If you want to take a tour of any of our campuses, you will find they all have food pantries now, and they are hard to keep stocked. So we have serious food insecurity problems in our colleges today. And any one of those barriers can be the reason to say, oh my gosh, I need to take a break from school. I need to go earn more money. I'll come back when I can. And so it's a very complex problem. And I would say one of the ways that the Board of Regents has historically advised that we deal with it is by getting a real national best practices student advisor ratio, because those interventions of advisors are critical. And 2 years ago, the board really prioritized that issue in its budget development. We're at the beginning of that process now. Some of our campuses have made a lot of headway in hiring more advisors, and others still have room to grow. So I think we'll probably be talking to you more about the value of that intervention, because the worst thing that can happen is to leave college with debt and no degree. That is the worst possible outcome. So we need to think about that strategically. And then your third question was about the strong attachment families. And those families, of course, are the ones with the fastest declining birth rates. That's what's happening there. It's not that those families are suddenly saying, gosh, we don't believe in college anymore. Our family's gone to college for 3 generations and now we don't see the value. That's not what's happening. It's simply that those are the families with diminishing birth rates. And so there are fewer of them. So I hope I hit everything that you pointed out.
You did. Very good, very precise answers. And I think the thing out of all of your answers that made me feel the best was that you, and as a board and as the institutions, actually, recognize the problem, know where it's coming from, and then you're trying to put into place solutions to deal with them. You're not just saying, oh, well, it's a problem and we know why, and it is what it is. You're, like you talked about, having the advisors, spending money wisely where it needs it, that in the end will help the students. And so, I think you're on a really good path with this, trying to get those students back, trying to get them out of high school. And, like you said, it's the cycle here, and especially in Nevada, of kids come out, they get this job making pretty good money. Why do I need to go to college? And just addressing that whole mindset of, yes, but what happens when we have an economic downturn? Where are you going to go? And then, like you said, addressing all their concerns of, oh, how do I pay for it? How do I give up a job and go back to school? And I already have a family. So, I commend you and the regents and all of the institutions on not only recognizing what the problem is, but trying to come up with solutions so that it will help, the students here in Nevada. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Who else has a question? Assemblywoman Miller, and then we'll go to Assemblywoman Hansen. Let's have those two.
Thank you, Chair Dennis, and thank you, Dr. Rose, for your presentation. First, I always love that you always acknowledge that our NCHE institutions, the diversity in our leadership. And I know we all appreciate living in a state that embraces and celebrates and represents such diversity. My question for you is the statistic that you stated about the 4.5 million people, I think it was just general, just workers in the United States quitting. Can you talk a little bit, because I know often K through 12 gets a lot more attention on such issues because K through 12 impacts more households. You know, everyone goes through K through 12 in some form, but not so much college and university. So, but I know that there are also struggles with attracting and retaining instructors, teachers, facilitators, professors. And I also know a lot of it has to do with pay and working conditions as well. So could you share with us what numbers or struggles you're seeing in attracting and retaining staff for our NC institutions, please? And if you have any losses this year, as you know, we discussed K through 12, how much staff we've lost just this year, if you have those numbers as well, please.
Thank you, Chair Dennis, to Assemblywoman Miller, again, for the record, Melody Rose, and thank you for the questions. We really are proud, first of all, of the diversity. And as you might know, the diversity we enjoy is predominantly among our students and at the leadership ranks. And one of the things we're working on very carefully is to do an assessment of staff and faculty, because we really believe that that diversity needs to carry through every component of our organizations in order to have the greatest impact for our students. So putting that aside, though, in terms of the Great Recession, unfortunately, I don't have numbers today with me off the top of my head, but we would be happy to produce for you as a follow-up in anything that I can get my hands on from Human Resources. It won't surprise you, of course, that with rising inflation, you know, very highly increasing inflation, the value of salaries across industry is being eroded, right? That's not specific to higher education, but it's also important to point out that a couple of our housing markets are just going through the roof. And this makes it very challenging for, in particular, our lower wage employees and, say, assistant professors who are making very modest salaries. Makes it difficult for them to stay here. And I think we have to be very attentive to those challenges. And I always like to say, I want NC to be an employer of choice. I want this to be a place that everyone loves to come to work and they feel rewarded. And I think in order to continue to pursue that objective, we really have to think about working conditions and how work gets done. And the presidents and I have been really in a year-long conversation around what is the right balance around work from home, because we've all understood in the last 2 years that compensation is one element of a satisfied employee, but it's not the only element of a satisfied employee. And as you might imagine, we have particular challenges with employees who can go into industry and maybe make a higher salary and have higher degree of workplace flexibility. So your IT folks, for example, I know that we've seen at system admin, we've seen some challenges there for those reasons. And frankly, there's burnout, right? If you think about HR functions, our HR professionals have become counselors. They are managing COVID. They're managing records around vax rates. So their job, their workload has gone through the roof. So we need to be thinking about burnout, changes in workload, how we can balance in-person and remote work. And the presidents and I will be again revisiting all of those issues this spring and bringing any changes forward to the board for their consideration as we figure out how to operate in a new normal.
Thank you for that, Chancellor. Thank you.
Thank you. I think Assemblywomanhansen is next.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Dr. Rose, for being here. I had two questions. I wanted to address that declining enrollment And then I want to talk about remediation rates for those coming into college. First, on the declining enrollment, when you're tracking the numbers, and maybe you mentioned this and I missed it, is any of that declining number due to some kids are choosing to go to trades or vocational, options instead of going on to college straight out of high school?
Thank you, Chair Dennis, to Assemblywoman Hansen. Thank you for those questions, and I'll take the enrollment piece first. Again, I want to be really sure that I'm being clear that the national decline in enrollment is not showing up in Nevada at the same level of severity. For all the advantages that we know about Nevada, it's a growing state, so we're somewhat insulated from those trends, thankfully. That being said, your question about the trades is really an important one. And I think here it's important to mention that our community colleges, I like to say, they are the workhorse of workforce, right? Our community colleges serve an incredibly vital role in reskilling, in upskilling, particularly during an economic, not just downturn, but an economic shift, where industry presence is going to change over time. We need to flex and move with them. And that is where we have such important industry partnerships and certificates. So certificates, of course, are oftentimes they're non-credit. Sometimes they bear credit, but they don't require nearly the number of classes as an associate's degree would require. And that's a really affordable way for Nevadans to enter in, get just-in-time learning, and get right back onto the job site. So we have a lot of emphasis right now on this area. And of course, given the governor's direction and the AB 450 committee, which will begin convening next week, we are really wrapping our arms around a workforce strategy and how our institutions can contribute to the economic vitality of the state. So I really appreciate that question. And I think there's a lot going. We could give you a whole presentation on what's happening around workforce. Very proud to say in system administration, we grew our capacity around workforce by hiring a vice chancellor for workforce development. So we're pretty laser focused on this and look forward to sharing more depth with you over the coming months. You had a question about remediation, I think.
I did, and thank you for addressing the trades and that workforce part of the community colleges, which are so much needed and so greatly appreciated. This could kind of tie into decline in enrollment, and glad to hear maybe not as big of an issue in Nevada as it is nationally, but remediation, because I just kind of accumulate numbers and have followed this for some time. The remediation rates had me a little worried about when kids, their college readiness. And I remember in 2013, just as a citizen, attending a hearing, Chancellor Claich at the time mentioned that the remediation rate for kids coming through K through 12 in Nevada to college was about 40% in the state, about 25% Millennium Scholarship recipients, which really surprised me. And then go to 2019, I'm a sitting elected official in a hearing, and the remediation rate in this education hearing was, it's 50% statewide, and it's 60% in Clark County. Is that what you're seeing? And is that causing us a burden at that community college level? Am I right that you don't necessarily do the remediation at the university level, that the community colleges address that more, or did I get that wrong?
So let me see if I can answer all of the components of that question. If not, you can redirect. Again, for the record, Melody Rose, Chancellor. Couple of things to share about remediation. One is that this is where I really love to think about education in our state being a cradle to career enterprise. we are inextricably linked to K through 12. Their students are our students, right? Their challenges are our challenges. And so we really want to work very closely with NDE on issues of preparedness for college. Because again, the last thing we want to do is have students come in and be overwhelmed or intimidated or not receive the services that they need and deserve and leave without their intended outcome. So we have a couple of things underway that are really focused on this challenge. And one of them is a very significant shift in policy and philosophy away from remediation, which I'll explain in a moment, to what we call co-requisite education. So there is quite a lot of data from Complete College America and other national higher education entities that tells us that the old remediation style of addressing underpreparedness brings with it stigma, brings with it embarrassment for students often, right? If they're carved out and segregated into separate sections for learning, for folks who are coming underprepared, say in math or English. And that model has been, I think, nationally really challenged. And what we decided to do here, again, under the guidance of our Board of Regents, was to move to a much more contemporary framework for addressing underpreparedness. So with co-requisite education, we don't move students out of their classroom and then have them take, multiple math courses over the year or two. What we do is we pull everyone into their math course and we bring whatever services and supports are needed in a just-in-time fashion, so that none of the stigma of the old remediation model is there. And so just knowing that you like the data and you asked about the numbers, I have to confess, we will not have data about how that is working until this academic year is behind us, because we fully implemented co-requisite education this fall 2021. And all of the campuses worked on this massive switch. The faculty have done incredible work to prepare for this. And we look forward to reporting to the board and, of course, policymakers and other stakeholders how that's going when we have a year under our belts. So our real hope is that we've made a significant policy improvement that will see student success results. I do want to share also the importance of dual enrollment in this conversation as well. And of course, you all have done work recently on dual enrollment policy. Joan Ebert and I partnered to create a shared NDE and she dual enrollment task force. And we presented just very recently to the board, my board, some changes around that policy that create equitable access so that students are paying the same rate in high school to get college credits regardless of their zip code, which is very much an equity measure, but also really making sure that all high school kids across the state, regardless of location, have the opportunity to test out college while they're in the safe environment of their high school classrooms, which I think will help with the college going culture and build confidence for those students so that when they do transition to college or university, they know they can do it, right? Because they've already got some college credits to their name. So wanted to make sure I mentioned that as well. I hope I addressed every aspect of your question.
You did. Thank you. And thank you for bringing up dual enrollment. I'm a huge fan of it and appreciate you taking these questions on the fly like that. Thank you.
Of course. Happy to.
Other questions? Just I just want some clarification on that, on the whatever, I can't remember what you called it, on the remediation stuff. Can you talk about how that works? how that works now, because one of the big challenges we had in the past was it seemed like every student applying was having to take remediation. And I just having gone through this with my son, who put off college for a year, so they didn't take his ACT scores. They were making him do the remediation, even though he scored high enough. But it seemed like there was, I was trying to understand how that worked, because it seemed like they put him in some classes and then they had some kind of a workshop or something. Is that what you were talking about, that they do the workshop and
Yep.
in addition to taking the regular class? Is that?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Dennis. So again, for the record, Melody Rose and She Chancellor. So the old model of remediation, which is what would have been in place when any of us went to college, would do a placement test. And then we, based on our aptitude, based on our placement numbers, we would have been placed in different levels of math first semester freshman year. And the problem with that model truly is around the stigma that comes with being placed in a remediation section. And then what happens to that student is then they have to take successive math classes that might take you a year and a half to get where you need to be. So it's time consuming, it's expensive, and it comes with, I think, some social stigma. So the co-rec model says, we're going to assess everyone, but you're all going to be in the same math class, and students are going to have sort of add-on supports on an as-needed basis, so that everyone gets what they need without the stigma being pulled out into a lower level math course. And the net of it is that then students can get what they need just in time and continue to progress into their major and into other requirements in general education, and not be held back by those really frustrating remedial experiences. So I hope that answers your question. And again, we're very proud of this innovation. And when we have some data, we'd love to come back. And Vice Chancellor Alba is our expert on this subject. And I would encourage you to invite her to dive into the details with you if you'd like to learn more.
That would be great. Thank you. And I appreciate that. I look forward to seeing, how that's working, because that's always been a big issue in the past. And that, just seemed like some folks were having to go through remediation that really didn't need it. And others and then of course there's the stigma too. So I appreciate that. Any other questions from higher ed? Okay. I think that we've exhausted the questions. Thank you very much, Dr. Rose. Appreciate all the work that you're doing. Look forward to seeing the great results of the things that are going on. And also I appreciate the collaboration that's going on between K-12 and higher ed. Especially on the remediation stuff. There needs to be a, as we've already figured out, that what they're doing, what K-12 is doing, is the same thing as what you're expecting. Because when you have a different expectation, they can do whatever they can prepare them. But then if you guys are going to have a different requirement, it makes it really hard. So working together is so important. So
I think so. Thank you. Thanks for having me.
All right. Thank you very much. All right. So we will close that item number. That was 7. Okay. We will now go on to agenda item number 8, overview of the national education policies landscape. We have Zeke Perez, Senior Policy Analyst from the Education Commission of the States. And we do have some additional, I believe we have some additional folks, Gabriela Rodriguez, that's available, but that's not presenting, but there in case there's some questions. So Zeke, welcome to our committee and look forward to hearing your presentation.
Perfect. Thank you, Chair Dennis. I'm going to share my screen here and then I'll get rolling. Make sure this is working okay. Are the slides showing up okay there? Okay, great.
Yep, it looks good.
Perfect, great. Well, thank you so much for having us. I had the privilege last year of speaking to the Senate Education Committee. So it's great to be back and see some familiar faces today. I believe some of the stuff that you'll see in the presentation today are trends that you might recognize from 2020 and trends you might recognize from 2019. But hopefully you'll also notice some interesting new approaches to these issues that states are taking. Before I dig into the trends and those issues, I wanted to tell you a little bit about Education Commission of the States and about us, for those of you who might not be as familiar, and for a refresher for others. So I am joined today by my colleague, Gabriella. She is a state relations associate, and she's the state relations liaison to Nevada. So if you need anything this legislative session or throughout this year, you can definitely reach out to any ECS staff, but Gabriella will be your point person. And as Chair Dennis mentioned, I'm Zeke Perez Jr. I'm a senior policy analyst here at Education Commission of the States. So just a little bit about us very quickly, very high overview. We see ourselves as your education policy team. We're a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization that presents research and information to state policymakers to help make informed and educated education policy decisions. We work with all 50 states and the District of Columbia, and we work across the entire education spectrum from early learning to workforce. And the ways we do this work, we research and track state policies, a lot of what you'll be hearing about today. But we also build 50 state comparisons, write briefs, reach out to policy leaders, and we provide information throughout the year as state leaders need it. So you can follow along with the legislation I'll be referencing today or legislation over the past 5 years using our state education policy tracking tool on our website. This allows you to look at the enacted and vetoed bills over those years, and for all of the topics we track. We don't publicly share the introduced bills, although if you need a full report, you can reach out to us and we will get you all of the information you need. And for using this tool, we now, as of this month, have an instructional video that will help users navigate the policy tracking tool. So Gabriella is going to throw that in the chat, and you can find that on our website at any time. We'll also be following up with some of the resources that we'll discuss and share today, but again, on our website at any time as you need them. So the 2021 legislative session, like the sessions before it, has taken place under unique circumstances. We've seen COVID-19 pandemic continue to impact the education spectrum. We've seen states deal with the additional federal funding that was made available. And we've seen states begin to discuss how to return education service delivery to a post-COVID-19 normal. Today, we'll be looking at national trends in education policy from 2021 with a look forward to 2022. And I'll get in a little bit in a second about what we've tracked and the numbers you'll be seeing and where we pulled those from. But the primary method for identifying these trending topics was through our bill tracking service that I mentioned. Our staff here reads almost every education-related piece of legislation that's introduced across all 50 states and DC. And then we summarize all the bills that are enacted or vetoed, and we pull trends from there. So last year alone, ECS tracked over 9,500 education policy bills introduced in all 50 states and DC. And we saw of those, just over close to 1,600 of those that were enacted or vetoed, again, in all states and in DC. So the top trending topics that I'll discuss today are teaching, K-12 funding, post-secondary affordability, health, and interrupted instruction, or learning loss, learning recovery, it's sometimes referred to. And rather than talk about the COVID-19 pandemic as its own singular issue, I'll be talking about it as a thread throughout these other trends. And so just to be clear, the numbers that I'll be giving you in terms of introduced bills, enacted bills, vetoed bills, those all come from 2021 and those counts. We are seeing some of the trends stick in 2022, and I'll talk about the 2022 expectations that we have a little bit throughout each of these topics, and then again at the very end of the presentation. But we'll start off with teaching, and we know that this is the most important classroom factor in a child's learning and achievement. So in 2021, we saw states introduce over 1,200 bills related to the teaching profession, with about 215 of those being enacted in 39 states. We've seen legislatures continue to support strong teacher pipelines with updates to certification and licensure requirements, focus on recruiting and retaining effective teachers, and investments into teachers' professional development. We've heard today that you've talked a little bit about the teaching profession and about teaching shortages across the states. So here we'll look at some of the things that states have done to address that. In the wake of the pandemic, questions about addressing teacher shortages have picked up, particularly around recruiting a diverse and effective workforce. And so we've seen many states begin to experience shortages not only of effective teachers and addressing concerns not only with getting more teachers in the classrooms, but with getting the right teachers in the right subjects in the right schools. One way that we've seen states do that is by adjusting their teacher pathways and qualifications to bring more people into the field. So for instance, we've seen states open up their licensure and certification requirements so that individuals from a variety of backgrounds can enter the field and teach related subjects. We've also seen some similar approaches in recruiting and retaining teachers. So most of these existing state policies regarding teacher recruitment and retention don't necessarily focus on mid-career transitions. They tend to be bonuses or incentives that are focused on the front end. Although some incentives, such as loan forgiveness or bonuses, are available to everyone. But we do expect to see states start to take advantage of some of those existing programs and give greater attention to policies designed to recruit those career switchers who are not currently working in education. We've also seen states respond to teacher requests for more effective training experiences and support, both pre-service and in-service. So common items there might include more collaborative or personalized or relevant training, as well as opportunities that can be offered in multiple formats, especially important over the past few years as teachers are wanting these opportunities virtually, in person, hybrid. So we're seeing states to offer more of that. We're also seeing states start to offer more content area specific PD. To add a few more examples for you on state action around teacher shortages, we've seen some states like Georgia and Utah, for example, that are offering bonuses for teachers this spring. And through legislative activity and through some of the governor's State of the State addresses early this year, we've already seen some states that are beginning to take the path of restoring plans for teacher raises that were paused by the pandemic. So ensuring that teachers are compensated and that those salary floors and salary opportunities are raised as teachers go on. So to share a few state examples with you of what we've seen from those trend areas, the first one's from Texas, and with many schools going virtual over the last few years and with the post-pandemic future in mind, we saw that Texas amended their teacher certification requirements to require training in digital learning, virtual learning, and virtual instruction in order to receive a teaching certificate. So just to share, this runs a little bit counter to the, what I mentioned earlier about states removing some requirements in the pathways to certification. But we think we've seen states notice that it's important to ensure that teachers are prepared coming into the classroom too. So while we are seeing states adjust requirements and lesson requirements to get more teachers into the field, we're also seeing states recognize that teachers need to be equipped with the ability to dive into digital learning and virtual learning. And so this is an example of a state addressing that. The Vermont example here, the Vermont Agency of Education is directed to use American Rescue Plan funds to provide professional development learning modules for teachers in teaching literacy. So this one specifically looking at getting teachers to teach the 5 key areas of literacy instruction as defined by the National Reading Panel. Those are phonics, phonemic awareness, vocabulary, fluency, and reading comprehension. So again, this is just an example of how states are looking at more content area specific PD for their teachers. Next up, we'll take a look at K-12 funding. As you can imagine, over the past 2-3 years, funding and finance at the K-12 level and the post-secondary level have been critical for states. Over the last school year, schools and systems were working through financial strains on local and state funding sources, and they were looking at ways to incorporate federal funding too. So we know different states and different students require different amounts of funding to educate. And so states are looking for more funding methods that accurately distribute funds for high need students, while also protecting their districts from funding volatility. So here in 2021, we tracked just over 900 bills that were introduced related to K-12 finance and funding. That was a jump up from around 680 in 2020, so a pretty considerable jump there in the number of bills that we saw. Of those around 900, 209 were enacted or vetoed, Again, that was a jump up from 123 the year before. And in both years, we determined that some of those or a majority of those enacted bills were directly related to the pandemic. So finance bills often change how states distribute funds or how school funding formulas account for certain student populations, like foster youth, students in special education, English language learners, and students from low-income families. We've also seen that state funding formulas or state funding bills are specifically looking at COVID-19 related provisions. So a couple of examples for you there. Delaware enacted a bill that would specify that a child with a disability who turned 21, sorry, there's a lot of numbers in this one, who turned 21 in the 2020-21 school year is now eligible for services until the end of the 2021-2022 school year. So again, an extension for students with a disability who turned 21 in that school year. That bill determined that these funds and those additional resources would be funded through ESSER funding that the state received. And then finally, South Carolina restored their teacher step increases that were suspended in 2020 due to financial uncertainties caused by the pandemic. And that bill specifically appropriates $50 million to provide for teacher step increases for the upcoming school year. Next up, looking at post-secondary affordability and finance. A lot of this touches on the presentation you just heard in how states are looking to get more students into post-secondary classrooms and how to make post-secondary access more affordable and equitable for all students across the states. So we saw 115 bills related to post-secondary affordability and finance in 41 states and DC last year. Alongside a federal push to get tuition-free community college, we've started to see states make individual progress towards free or affordable college themselves. Many states enacted legislation ensuring that in-state tuition rates were available for certain student populations, such as military students or children of military, undocumented students, and Native students. And we've also seen that states waive tuition and fees under certain conditions for students. Additionally, we've also seen states provide loan repayment programs for graduates in high demand fields such as healthcare, STEM, teaching. So again, another way to get students back in the teaching field. So some examples to go through here. We saw Georgia waive tuition and fees for foster youth enrolled in the technical college system of Georgia for up to 10 years or until the student obtains a bachelor's degree. And we saw some other states expand tuition assistance for other student populations. So for example, Alabama, New Jersey, and Virginia are all states that passed legislation this last year to expand in-state tuition to children of active military personnel. Finally, Maine directed post-secondary institutions to review levels of student debt for students enrolled in their institutions and to develop plans to limit student debt for individuals in their states. So the plans that they developed were required to focus on three main goals. The first was limiting student debt to the maximum allowable federal direct subsidized loans over a 4-year period. The second one is eliminating the gap in funding between a student's expected family contribution and the average financial aid award. And finally, just meeting the financial needs of students for the third goal. Next up, we'll talk about student health and wellness, a trending issue in a number of ways over the last 3 years. So we saw over 1,300 bills in 2021 alone related to student health and wellness, and we've seen around 211 of those enacted in 43 states and DC last year. In this activity, states are recognizing that mental health and general student health and wellness are a critical part of a student's overall health and well-being, and they also serve as indicators of educational engagement and academic success. We've seen policymakers increasingly invest in supporting students' mental health needs, including recent legislation that's focused on raising awareness around the importance of mental health and also providing students resources around mental health when they most need it. Legislation is also focused on exploring ways to provide school-based health centers, which have been shown to increase student participation in mental health services and overall child wellness. Another thing we've seen states start to do is to consider mental health days for students so that an excused absence can be counted as or can be taken for mental health reasons. And we wanted to dig in and give you a few health or mental health related examples here that we've seen across states. So Tennessee established a mental health endowment fund for K-12 students. It's required to be administered by the state treasurer, and it's required to provide mental health supports to students in need. Funds will be distributed by the Department of Mental Health and by the Department of Substance Abuse Services in consultation with the Department of Education. The funds from there are limited to mental or behavioral health services for K-12 students, or for assessment review to review current mental and behavioral health resources across county schools for K-12 students. And in Oregon, we saw, in consultation with the Department of Education, the Oregon Health Authority was required with picking 10 school districts to receive planning grants for the next year to evaluate the need for school-based health services and to develop service plans that address any identified needs. That one came with about a $2.5 million appropriation to the Health Authority to run that pilot. And the next and final issue we'll talk about broadly here is interrupted instruction trends. So we recently published a policy snapshot on the responses to interrupted instruction, and a review of 2021 legislation found 7 themes in legislators' responses to interrupted instruction. So we saw extended learning time and supports, high dosage tutoring, focus on literacy, special education, student family decisions, student mental health, and technology. And this is one of the resources that we'll be providing in the chat, and we'll also make it available to you after. So if you want to go into more in depth into any of those 7 themes, you can do that there. The 2 that we'll be focusing on today, we've touched on a little bit, but first up, we will look at how states are using extended learning time and supports, and then how states are examining broadband and technology in their schools. So first up, expanded learning time and supports. One approach that we've seen states take to catching students up to lost learning or to interrupted instruction is to increase the amount of time that students spend learning, whether that's through an extended school day, an extended school year, or just in changes in how time is spent during the existing school calendar. We've seen some research and some studies demonstrate that a longer school year can have positive effects on student learning, particularly for English learners, students with disabilities, and students performing below grade level. And so we've also seen that high quality summer programming and out of school programs can support students' academic achievements. So we've seen states adopt acceleration academies, non-traditional school calendars, and increased time learning during school vacations for students who need additional support. And then additionally, looking at broadband, we've seen over the last few years how an inequitable share of broadband and technology for students has really impacted their education. Schools are dependent on students having strong and reliable access to the internet at home, especially in 2020 and earlier in the pandemic. But ongoing, states are looking at how to make that more accessible for all students. So we've seen states begin to look at investing in expanded broadband services for rural communities, low-income communities, and communities just in need of greater broadband access. And we'll share another example on the next slide of what states are doing around that. So to look at 2 state examples here on either of those issues. First up is Arizona, which recently allowed districts and schools to adopt alternative instructional time models after public input. And so some of the instructional models that are approved that they can use include direct instruction, project-based learning, and mastery-based learning, all that can be used to meet state requirements for education. And it also allows districts and schools to reallocate instructional time based on specific student needs. So overall, that bill and bills we've seen in other states are ultimately focused on providing more flexibility to students, to schools, and to districts on how best to shift time as needed. And in Texas, we saw House Bill 1525 pass, which requires the education agency to help schools ensure that all students have access to internet services. And it does that through a one-time funding for reimbursements for school districts who made technology acquisitions over the last few years. So looking ahead at some trends that we expect to see in 2022, and a little bit about how we determine some of these. Again, these are trends that we've seen over the last few years, so we expect a lot of repetition and a lot of new ways to try to tackle these issues. We've also looked at some of the early bills that have been introduced in 2022 as we are doing our ongoing tracking. And we've also started our State of the States work. So every year at Education Commission of the States, we read and summarize every governor's State of the State address. And that usually helps us key into what's going to be an area of a focus for the next year. So that's available on our website now. It's updated daily as we read and summarize those resources and reports. And when we get a consensus among states, we'll release a brief that talks about some of the key trends from governor's speeches. So taking all of that into account, some of what we expect to see in 2022, we expect to see a continued focus on funding and finance. Again, states are kind of recovering at the school district level, at the state level, on finding those new funding sources, on trying to maximize the federal dollars they've already received. And so those investments and how states are making those investments is something we expect to see continue to shake out. We're also expecting to see a little bit more of a focus on evaluation, especially to that learning loss interrupted instruction area. A lot of states are implementing, or over the last couple of years have implemented approaches to addressing that. And so we expect states to take a step back and to see which of those approaches are working well or which might need to be tweaked. In Tennessee, for example, we saw a requirement that certain reports related to the pandemic must require some measurements of learning loss and interrupted instruction, just to see how the policy decisions they've made over the last few years are truly impacting students. So we expect more states to look into their data sources and run similar reports. And finally, health. We expect to see those health and wellness bills kind of bubble up at the same levels in terms of introduced and enacted legislation. We expect to see states look to find out ways to keep students in schools safely over the next year, especially with Omicron and the surges there. So we've seen states start to take unique approaches into just ensuring that health, mental health, and overall student well-being are protected. So I know that's a lot, these trends presentation, there's a lot of numbers, a lot of high-level trends thrown around. We're going to open up now for questions, but before I do that, I just want to plug that ECS and our team here is always available for anything you may need. I know we have a few of our commissioners on the call, and I know I personally have responded to some of the information requests submitted by folks on the call. So I know ECS has taken in a fair share there. Our information requests are something that we respond to within 48 hours, or we try to, depending on the size of the request. So, if there's any questions you have about the immense number of bills I just zoomed through today, if there's anything on your mind after your, full day of presentations, or anything that comes up throughout the year, ECS is available to you to answer any of those questions. So thank you. And any questions, I'm happy to take them.
All right. Thank you very much. Let me get the right. Okay, there we go. All right, thank you. Do we? I will mention that there is a link to some of this stuff that's in their materials, and we'll make sure our staff gets it on, puts it on, so that anybody that wants to get access to that can do so. Or if there's additional material, if it's okay with ECS, we can also just include it as a separate attachment on the record. So if you're okay with that, we can include that. We can just as an additional link in our materials. So
absolutely, yeah.
Great. Questions from members? Yes, Assemblywoman Hardy.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for being here and presenting this. I'm really excited to have learned that this exists. I think it would be very beneficial to us as legislators, looking ahead at future sessions, at what policy is going on across the nation that we can possibly implement here, some version or whatever that can, help Nevada. So my question is just, do you at all follow the bills, after they've been enacted, do you follow like the implementation of them at all, or how successful or how they're working in the states once they've been made law?
Yeah, thank you, Assemblywoman Hardy. That's a great question. We do focus a little bit less on the implementation and the on-the-ground side. That being said, though, we, in a number of questions in the information requests that I've mentioned, we are happy to dig in and pull some of those examples. So, we do try to keep our feet on the ground and keep in contact with states. I do think that information requests and specific questions about specific policy is kind of where we can jump in and follow some of the results. So just another plug for our information requests. If there's a specific type of policy that you're interested in, or a general issue area you're interested in, we can definitely look in and see what states have done. We maintain a digital library that looks at research over, the last 30, 40 years, to be honest. We also in there collect some of the reports that states themselves put out. And we have connections in all 50 states and DC. So if, and something we typically do then is if we get a question about implementation, we can reach out to our connections in whatever state ran a bill or ran a policy and find out from them how it worked and make those connections with you. So short answer, yeah, we can definitely dig into that.
And that was Zeke Perez for the record from ECS. I just want to make sure that was clear.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay. Any other questions? I know ECS is a great resource to us. We can get information from them, as they mentioned. It's through our staff or individually, for that matter. But we can, if there are things that we need to get, we can request that from them. Any other questions for them? Okay. All right. Well, we want to thank you very much for making that presentation. And I know there's a lot of great things going on education-wise across the country. And and some of the stuff that we're doing is some really good stuff that we can look to see how, and others are looking to see how we do it here. So we appreciate the opportunity to have you as a resource, and thank you for making the presentation. All right, so we are going to go on then to our next item, item number 10. We already did item 9 earlier. Item number 10 is actually something that I wanted to bring up. We, as was mentioned, Assembly Bill 495 from last session talked about a study concerning the composition and selection of school boards. As I looked at that, that was something that I want to make sure that we have an opportunity to get some information, and so that we can then bring it back to our committee to have that discussion. In order to do that, we won't have time as a committee to take this up in our regular committee meetings, and there was no funding actually set aside to actually set up a separate committee to do it. But I think this is an important issue, and I've decided to form have our staff help me do the research and be able to have some meetings. I want to bring together some stakeholders and legislators. Anybody that, if any of you want to participate, just let staff know. We're going to either through, let's see, we've got Jen and Miss Rudy and Ms. Straustoff that are all part of our staff. Just let them know. And anybody in the public that would like to participate in a discussion about the study concerning the composition and selection of school boards, if you'd let them know. And we do have an email. You can either contact them directly through the legislature, or there's the email is Interim, INTERIM @lcb.state.nv.us. And just let them know that you're interested as we do this. My intention is to have a few meetings, kind of like maybe like a blue ribbon task force type thing, where we have some discussions, and then we'll have staff do some research, and then we'll put together all the information that we get from that, and bring it back to one of our meetings in the future, so we can have a discussion to see if there's any recommendations that we would make as we move into the next session concerning composition and selection of school boards. And because I know there's a lot of interest out there, and there's been some information in the past that we've received, and I want to kind of try to bring it all together and bring something back that we can have a discussion about, and see if we're interested in having the committee make some recommendations as far as future legislation. So any questions? Okay. All right. So so just let us know if you're interested. We can include you in that discussion. All right. That is the end of our regular items. We do have one additional agenda item number 11, which is our second public comment. So if we could have that anybody wishing to give public comment, if you would make sure you call in, and the staff, if we can connect them. As a reminder, we'd like for the public comment to be kept to 3 minutes or less per person interested in speaking. And you can also submit public comments in writing, or in addition to testimony, or in place of testimony. We will get that, and that will be part of the record. So with that, if BPS could add the first caller for public comment.
Chair, the line is open and working. However, there are no callers at this time for public comment.
Okay, why don't we give it just a second, because I know there's a delay between when I actually say it and when they actually hear it. So let's do a 1 minute delay for anybody wishing to give public comment. If you would call in, so if you could monitor that for us. So we'll be on a pause here for a minute. Okay, I'm going to ask BPS, is there anybody online?
The line is currently open and working. However, we still have no callers at this time to deliver public comment.
Wow. That's a good, it's the first, I guess, that we always have public comment for education. So maybe they all did it at the beginning. So appreciate that. And okay. If I accidentally missed anything, or any, if you needed to bring anything up as far as something that we might have missed, now's the time to do that. Otherwise, I'm not hearing anybody. So if you do, if you can always just contact staff if there's somehow we missed something that you were expecting. So I sure appreciate everybody. This is our first one. I don't know that the others will be this short. We're actually ending a little bit earlier than we thought. So We've got a lot to cover, and as we get going, it's going to be more and more that we need to cover. So I appreciate everybody today, all of those that presented. Thank you for the members that are here today. And our next meeting, as was mentioned earlier, will be in February, on the 16th of February is the date that we have set aside for that. And so with that, we have no further items to come before us. So our Interim Education Committee is adjourned. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
I think